Chapter 1286. Yo, the main storyline mission is out. Calamity of the Supers? What's that? It's probably referring to the conflict between the three universal civilizations and the Association. I feel like this name is a bit crooked. How did supers become a calamity? The crowd whispered among themselves. Calamity of the Supers was supposed to be the name of version 5.0, but now it was changed to Black, so everyone was unfamiliar with this term. This mission was not issued by Han Xiao himself, but was automatically generated by the interface. It was similar to the main storyline mission of version 5.0 in his previous life, but there were some slight changes, such as the addition of Han Xiao's figure. Everyone opened the interface to check the mission, and the mission introduction jumped into their eyes. This is a crisis that affects the entire superclass. There is a deep-rooted conflict between individual strength and collective civilization. Black Star chose the path of seeking peace through deterrence, igniting the fuse and detonating this storm called the Supers Crisis, single-handedly starting a new era. As a super, you should have your own stance and ideals in this storm. Choose your own faction and fight for it. As a member of the Black Star Corps, you might be willing to stand on the Army's front line in this crisis and complete the Army's great goal. Everyone looked down. This main storyline mission was related to faction conflict. As a Grade S main storyline mission, the duration was very long, and they could continue to receive rewards. They were required to choose a faction in this storm and fight for it, and their faction was preset to be the Black Star Corps. During this mission period, every time they completed a mission assigned by their faction, they would receive additional faction contribution points and experience, which was very generous. The rewards are really not bad, and the mission rewards are clearly higher than in the previous version. The Foundation has improved again. This incident affects the entire superclass. It feels like the impact is even greater than the development of the flickering world in the previous version. Although the previous version also mobilized the entire universe, it was mainly for exploration, and most of the events were limited to one-star field. This Calamity of the Supers is obviously very confrontational. Which part of the universe doesn't have supers? The entire galactic society is going to be shaken. Actually, I think this is pretty good. The main storyline was pointed out as soon as the version was released, and the goal was clear. Everyone chatted in 2s and 3s. Although it was a little sudden to be involved in such a big incident as soon as they came online, the Army players quickly accepted this reality and felt excited. After marveling at Black Star's deeds for a while, everyone quickly turned their attention to other aspects of the version update. Right, it's been 50 years. The Army should have updated many of its internal products. Let's take a look. Not long after, someone opened the Army's faction store to check the equipment and weapons provided to the internal members. The equipment sold by the Army had always been the focus of the players. Although it was a little expensive, the quality was guaranteed. The performance was excellent, and the after-sales repair, enhancement, and other services were quite complete. A large number of players were using the Army's standard equipment. Every time the Army's logistics department updated their equipment series, it was the time for the Army players to collectively improve their overall combat strength. At the same time, it could also reduce the fat on their wallets. With just one look, the many Army players were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. In the interface of the faction store, the number of the Army's internal products had multiplied many times compared to a few decades ago. There was a large pile of equipment, raw materials, and special items that had never been seen before. Furthermore, they were all high-quality products after the update. Many of them were new technologies in Jay's treasure. Han Xiao picked out some suitable ones and threw them to the logistics department to create many new things, greatly expanding the scale of the faction's specialty products. Wow, the Army's research in recent years has been very impressive. There are so many new products. I'm still wearing the 7th generation equipment set. Now, it's been updated to the 12th generation. The performance has been improved so much. It's over. The previous equipment sets are all outdated. Changing to a new set costs a sum of money. Enhancing, polishing, and enchantment costs another sum of money. and matching new weapons costs another sum of money. I feel like my wallet is going to die. The eyes of the players instantly turned red. Looking at so many good things, their desire to buy them was unprecedentedly strong. It was a pity that the National War and the Pro League at the end of version 4.0 had emptied the savings of most people. Most people could only be envious, and their desire turned into the desire to earn money. At this moment, everyone's internal program received an email from the army commander. Opening the email, it was Han Xiao representing the army to welcome the return of the immortals. He also stated that the current situation was sensitive, and he hoped that everyone would restrain themselves. At the end of the email, there was a note saying that the former stage of the National War, Planet Milton, had been purchased by the army and given to the Yan-Huang Alliance as a gift. No one had thought that there would be such a benefit. They were immediately stunned by this unexpected surprise and were dumbfounded. The army commander directly bought a National War planet and gave it to us. It's not an illusion, right? Maybe this is the power of money. Why would Old Black do this? He probably doesn't know about the National War, right? That's hard to say. At that time, many galactic forces were paying attention to us. Although they didn't know about our National War, they could definitely see that the immortals of different forces were competing. Our Yan-Huang Alliance crushed everyone else. Maybe Old Black felt that we had won glory for the army? I think it's possible. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. As the stage of the National War, Planet Milton had the potential to become a main city. If the army directly bought it and gave it to the Yan-Huang Alliance, it was equivalent to handing over the sovereignty of this main city to the Chinese players. Originally, the management rights of this kind of planet basically belonged to the legitimate NPC forces. Who would have thought that it would fall into the hands of the players? This gift was not light. This was the first player guild to own a planet. At that time, many players participated in the National War, but they did not expect to receive such an additional reward from the faction. They could not help but be overjoyed. Speaking of which, most of the Chinese players were the Blue Star fellows who first followed Old Black to explore the galaxy. This gift might be Old Black taking care of his fellows. Thinking of this possibility, veteran players like Madblade were a little touched. This proved that Black Star had always had them in his heart. Not long after, this matter spread to the forums, and countless players from the other factions were instantly jealous. It's the Black Star Corps' benefits again. How can their faction be so good? Damn it, I'm so jealous. Black Star is indeed the model of starting from scratch. He really knows how to win people over. I also want to meet a faction leader like this. Whoa, lemons are so good. Seeing this scene, many foreign club players who had participated in the National War suddenly had a stifled expression, and their stomachs began to churn. Originally, quite some time had passed since the National War, and these participants had already adjusted their mentality. Although they had lost, there were not many substantial losses. However, at this moment, these players felt that their hearts had been stabbed again. Seeing the Yan-Huang Alliance happily receiving a planet as a gift, these foreign clubs only felt annoyed. If we had worked harder at the last moment and won the National War, this planet would have been ours today. Oh, I forgot we are not Black Star Corps members. Even if we won, the faction behind us would not have bought Planet Milton as a gift. Thinking of this made them even more depressed. As soon as tens of millions of players returned, the forums that had been silent for a long time instantly became lively. The version had just been updated, and everyone was busy leveling up and updating their equipment. The most important thing was to fill their wallets. After understanding the current situation, many army players could not wait to take action. At the same time, in the army commander's office, Han Xiao turned off the monitor in the hall and glanced at the experience bar on the interface. It began to rise rapidly, and he felt very comfortable. This is the aroma of leaks comfortable. The player's savings have been mostly spent in the previous version, and the new version has just opened. They also have the need to level up, so I can only use new products and a certain discount to stimulate consumption and try to maintain the efficiency of harvesting experience. Han Xiao stroked his chin with his fingers, his eyes shining. The cost of leveling up now was extremely exaggerated. He had also accumulated some experience during the version update. According to the normal harvesting efficiency during the opening of the version, Han Xiao estimated that it would take 1.5 to 3 years to fill up the experience pool for the level 360 promotion. It was not a long time, but it was not short either. It mainly depended on the speed at which the players accumulated experience. If he used his proficient leak management skills, he might be able to speed up the efficiency of the players. Before the promotion, Han Xiao also planned to max out his God's trait transformation in the Void Branch. This would also take some time to create more universal treasures. The main storyline mission this time was a faction war. The association had a natural attraction to the players, and he was currently the leader of the association. Han Xiao was not worried about being poached. Instead, players would transfer to the army one after another. The players have returned. The fuse for the calamity of the supers is basically ready. It's just a matter of how the 3 universal civilizations react. Han Xiao pondered. On the mother planet of the Radiant Federation, in the President's Palace, the immortals from all over the world have returned. TSK, this is also a group of troublesome fellows. Lewis, who was standing by the window, looked back at the head of the intelligence department and frowned. He secretly felt that this was troublesome. Do we need to take action? The head of intelligence asked. Lewis returned to his seat, stroked his chin, and said thoughtfully, "The immortals? Could the principle of their resurrection be related to the Sanctum revival?" In the past year, the 3 universal civilizations had invested an astronomical amount of money into the Sanctum revival research. There had indeed been some progress, but it was still far from producing results. In the field of information form, although the 3 universal civilizations were at the forefront of the explored universe, their technology was still not perfect. The leaders of the 3 universal civilizations would ask about the research progress every few days, so Lewis subconsciously associated the players with the Sanctum revival. In his opinion, both were strange resurrection methods, so there might be some connection. After pondering for a while, Lewis said with a deep voice, "Those revivers are stubborn. We still can't find out the details of their resurrection process. Increase the funds for the Immortals Research Project. This might be another breakthrough." Understood. The head of intelligence noted it down. Lewis paused and asked, "How's the public opinion in the outside world recently?" The class division is going well. Through the difference in treatment, one-sided publicity, and other means, we have successfully created a group of supers who think that the association's ambition has affected the order. They are basically people who have been affected and lost benefits, so the supers are divided into 2 voices. The number of objectors is not many at the moment, but it is enough. Their existence will make the supers who support the association place more hope in it, constantly pushing the association to a higher altar and even shouting the slogan of breaking off with the 3 universal civilizations. Well done. Lewis narrowed his eyes. Too much is bound to fall. The association has too many expectations placed on it. Once we can make the association suffer a small setback, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort, heavily damaging the association's prestige in the supers and shaking more people's hearts. The 3 universal civilizations did not wish for a leading force to appear in the supers. Not only was the Supercluster Alliance fanning the flames, the 3 universal civilizations had also adjusted their strategy, secretly spreading the public opinion and dividing the voices of the supers. They wanted to carry out a strategy of killing the association by attacking its high prestige in the supers, making the supers disappointed in it and destroying their confidence. However, the time was not right yet, and there was no reason to test it now. There was no need to say that this move was not suitable for now. Lewis waved his hand to let the head of intelligence leave. After waiting for a while, 2 remote projections suddenly appeared in the room. They were Mechanical Queen Morniza and Guardian Romo, both direct beyond Grade A mechanics of the Radiant Federation. "You're here." Lewis nodded, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "You asked to see me. Did you find the location of the Mecha Empire's main body?" The direct mechanics of the Radiant Federation had been searching for the location of Manison's main body all these years, but to no avail. Romo shook his head. He hid too well. We still have no news. Then why do you want to see me? Lewis frowned. Morniza took a step forward and slowly said, I once studied with the Mecha Empire, so I'm very familiar with their virtual technology style. Not long ago, my technology made a breakthrough, so I've requested the three universal civilizations help to hack into Manison's database. Lewis was stunned. What's the purpose of this? Morniza's eyes sparkled. I've taken a fancy to the Mecha Empire's technology vault. I want to get his life's work. She used to be a student of the Mecha Empire, so she knew better than anyone else just how rich Manison's foundation was. She had been eyeing Manison's technology vault for a long time, and the reason why their relationship turned cold was because Morniza had once tried to steal some of his technology. After that incident, in order to protect herself, she became a direct member of the Radiant Federation. Ever since Manison lost power, Morniza had once again set her eyes on his technology. She was not confident in the past, but not long ago, Morniza made a breakthrough, so her confidence returned. Through her calculations, she believed that with her current virtual technology skills, as long as she could get the help of the three universal civilizations, there was more than a 50% chance that she could hack into Manison's database. The Mecha Empire was strong, but it could not stop others from targeting him. If this is the only reason, then I won't agree to your request. Lewis shook his head and said, Plus, the Mecha Empire is very famous. Are you sure you can crack their virtual technology? I remember that the Mecha Empire has always liked to secretly infiltrate the Radiant Federation's database. After so many years, who knows how many secrets he has stolen? We've let him do as he pleases for too long. Don't you think it's time for the Radiant Federation to retaliate? No one will be able to find fault with it, and we'll destroy all the Radiant Federation secrets he has collected over the years. At the same time, we can get the secrets of the many supercluster civilizations in the primeval Star River from him. These are the real enemies of the three universal civilizations. Lewis's eyes flashed, and he was a little tempted. Currently, the three universal civilizations did not want to provoke the association, but if it was just hacking into the Mecha Empire's database, it would not be a big deal. While the three universal civilizations were wary of the association, they had never stopped their little tricks. Plus, the Mecha Empire was no longer the president, and they had always been on bad terms with Black Star. This time, Morniza sneered and continued. As for my ability, the Mecha Empire's strength has been weakening since Black Star took away more than half of the faith of the machinery faith. They're no longer at their peak. As long as the three universal civilizations help me, I'm confident that I can hack into their database. After this is done, the Radiant Federation will be able to copy the technology. Lewis's eyes flashed. After weighing the pros and cons, he slowly nodded. I agree to your request. I'll help you contact the Dynasty and Ethereal Federation. This plan can be tried, and we can test the association's reaction. Try to succeed. Don't disappoint me. Hearing this, Morniza smiled triumphantly. Don't worry. I'll make you so satisfied that you won't even be able to speak. Chapter 12, 87. The news of the return of the Immortals spread like wildfire. In the current situation, this matter received even more attention, and many organizations were secretly shocked. Tens of millions of Immortal Grade B supers. No one could ignore this force, especially since tens of millions of them were members of the Black Star Corps. This made many large organizations, including the three universal civilizations, vigilant, worried that the Black Star Corps would make a big move after their powerful armed forces returned. However, many organizations heaved a sigh of relief very quickly. These immortals of the army were immersed in their daily work, maintaining law and order, acting as mercenaries, and training everywhere. It seemed very harmonious, and there were no big moves. However, every time they disappeared and returned, the strength of the immortals would increase. This was a pattern that had been discovered. Many top organizations confirmed through their intelligence network that the stagnant strength of the immortals had increased again, and they could not help but feel worried. Although they were only Grade B, the immortals were already very terrifying. Every organization knew that if the Immortals were allowed to continue growing, it would definitely have an impact on the current structure of the universe, causing unknown effects. It would not be a good thing. Furthermore, the Galactic Society now knew about the existence of the Sanctum Revival, and they could not help but associate it with the immortal nature of the players. On the internet, the public opinion that had cooled down a little became heated again. The Galactic residents discussed it in full swing, giving a lot of guesses. One of them said that the reason Black Star had mastered the Sanctum Revival was because he had found clues on the Immortals. This guess was reasonable and received the most widespread agreement. Countless Galactic residents felt that they had discovered Black Star's secret. All of a sudden, almost all the organizations in the universe offered more generous conditions for the Immortals, enthusiastically trying to rope them in, wanting to study the Sanctum Revival through the Immortals. However, with the example of the limitless financial group's collapse, coupled with the version name Black Star Era, most players rejected the olive branches of the small and medium-sized organizations and turned to the Black Star Army in batches. The number of players in the army once again soared. Due to various reasons, many players had already missed out on several versions with the Black Star Army. Now that the new version had just started, it would be the best time to start afresh. Many of them did not want to miss out on this opportunity. The movements of the players attracted the attention of the entire universe. Countless organizations were constantly paying attention, coveting, and wary. In the territory of the Black Star Corps, in a secret training ground hidden on a desolate planet, on the rocky surface that was like a mountain range, two figures were exchanging blows. Their speed was extremely fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages as they crisscrossed back and forth. Every time they collided, a ring of air would explode. Bang! Bang! The two figures were entangled with each other as they sped on the ground. They were like an earth dragon that stirred up billowing smoke and dust. The surging, scorching aura brought along the choking dust and sand. Their fists were exchanged back and forth, and their martial arts auras shot out violently. The rocky mountains along the way exploded one after another, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to shake. Suddenly, the figure wearing the heavy training armor found a flaw in the opponent. He raised his elbow, and condensed pugilist flames erupted at the point of contact, instantly pushing the opponent's defensive posture away. Taking advantage of this short opportunity, he suddenly threw out a powerful whip kick, like a battle axe sweeping horizontally, bringing along a sonic boom in the air and whipping the opponent's chest in the blink of an eye. Bang! Another silver figure suffered a heavy blow and shot out like a cannonball. It crashed into 3 rocky mountains and was embedded into the wall of the 4th small mountain. With a bang, it shook and broken stones shot out in all directions, leaving behind a deep pit filled with smoke and dust. Spider web-like cracks quickly spread on the wall of the mountain. Not bad. The silver figure's body trembled, and the small mountain exploded, turning into a rain of rocks. He floated in the air, his body like flowing silver liquid metal. The dent in his chest was quickly recovering. It was Ening. On the other side, his opponent did not pursue him. He took off his helmet, revealing a plain face. It was Carrot. Ening flew back to Carrot, nodded, and said, "Your improvement is getting faster and faster. Although it's only been a year, the current you can probably defeat 3 of yourself from a year ago. Your ability is already not bad among the Calamity grade supers." Am I that good? Carrot scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He was used to being at the bottom, so when he heard praise, he felt uncomfortable all over. Your pugilist potential is something I've never seen before in my life. In time, your achievements might surpass mine. Ying's tone was filled with emotion. He had suppressed his strength to fight with Carrot earlier. Although he had only displayed the strength of Calamity grade supers, Carrot's performance had shocked him and even made him feel pressured. Back then, when Black Star had asked him to teach Carrot, Ening had been a little unwilling. However, after a year of teaching, he was really satisfied. Carrot's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If he was an ordinary Calamity grade supers before, he was now at the elite level close to the boss level. This huge transformation had only taken him a year. Ening saw the potential of a beyond grade A from Carrot. So not only did he not reject teaching, he even gave it his all and imparted his pugilist experience to Carrot without holding back. If he could become a beyond grade A teacher, it would be a good thing for him as well. Blackstar had a wide range of friends and did not lack pugilists. However, such a good thing had actually fallen into his lap. Ening could not help but feel grateful to Han Xiao, feeling that Blackstar was helping him. However, Ening did not teach Carrot wholeheartedly just because he wanted to groom a junior. As soon as he saw Carrot, he felt joy in his heart and secretly admired him. They were very compatible. It's all because you taught me well. Carrot smiled honestly. It's not all because of me. I also have to thank Blackstar. His foresight is really too accurate. If not for him guiding me on how to teach you, I might not even have a clue now. Ening shook his head. Han Xiao had seen Carrot's growth mechanism through the interface, so he had asked Ening to focus on specific training. He had first focused on explaining pugilist comprehension and then high-intensity training. As a result, Carrot had improved by leaps and bounds within a year. According to the original growth trajectory, Carrot was the type of person who matured late. However, the reason might be because he was not clear about his own characteristics and could only slowly explore and accumulate, so it took him a lot of time. If he had trained with a goal in mind from the start, perhaps Carrot's growth would not have been slower than others, but much faster. From another perspective, Carrot was really very similar to Great Hero Gua. Under his naive appearance hid extremely outstanding talent. It was just that he did not meet the best teacher and wasted too much time. If he had trained with an ultimate technique from the start, his combat strength would have been formed long ago. The interface could see through a person's strengths and weaknesses and target their training. There is probably no other teacher in the universe who was more suitable than Han Xiao to teach according to the individual's aptitude. Not only Carrot, but the hundreds of other beyond grade A seeds had all received his guidance and improved. Almost all of them treated Han Xiao as their spiritual teacher. At this time, a remote projection appeared beside the two of them. It was Han Xiao. Your Excellency Blackstar. Ening and Carrot immediately looked over and bowed. How's your training? Han Xiao smiled. It's improved compared to last time. He can even break through my defense and kick me. Ening revealed a faint, gratified smile. Yo, not bad. Continue to work hard and enter the beyond grade A realm as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll find more teachers for you to learn from. Han Xiao laughed heartily. He had already figured out the correct way to train Carrot. The biggest hurdle of everlasting martial path was to accumulate pugilist understanding. The shortcut was to communicate with different beyond grade A pugilists, which would allow Carrot's pugilist understanding to complete the transformation of his talent and enter the fast path of leveling up. When Carrot became a beyond grade, Han Xiao planned to use his connections to get those beyond grade A pugilists to impart their understanding to Carrot, not letting a single one of them go. With Carrot's simple and steady character, Han Xiao was sure that this investment would not lose money and would only be profitable. After giving some instructions, Han Xiao ended the call and left. Carrot exhaled, feeling extremely warm inside. Over the past year, no matter how busy Blackstar was, he would call every 10 days to check on the progress of his training and specially develop a training plan for him. He even invited Silver Shadow, a beyond grade A super, to be his teacher. All these actions showed how much Blackstar valued him, and it was not a lie. As the saying went, there would be no harm if there was no comparison. Thinking back to how the dynasty had treated him, even if Carrot was not a stingy person, he could not help but feel that there was no comparison between the two. Carrot remembered all these favors in his heart. Even without the relationship of idolatry, his sense of belonging to Blackstar had already broken through the sky. The ruler treated me like a country knight, so I'll definitely repay him like a country knight. In the office of Blackstar Palace, Han Xiao retracted the remote projection and smiled. Carrot is really worth grooming. His growth in just a year is already so high. Based on this trend, he might catch up and become a beyond grade even faster than Load Hair. He could not be more satisfied with Carrot. He could only say that he was indeed the future face of the pugilist class. Lothair was still stuck at the threshold of beyond grade A, and this step was the most difficult. He had no idea how long it would take. In addition, Evans had been grooming for decades. Because the players were not online, he did not absorb any new abilities and had been polishing his core Esper ability. Now that his strength had increased, he had steadily fulfilled the potential of his Esper ability and successfully entered the Calamity grade. Han Xiao was full of expectations for this little ES god. Now that the players had returned, he could finally add new Esper abilities to Evans and match them with specific combat styles. Other than these few potential stocks, the high-end strength of the army had expanded several times. There were many beyond grade A seeds, and there were many people worth grooming. Oh, right, there was also the bald baby, Sylvia. Unfortunately, with Sylvia's potential, it would be good enough if she could become a beyond grade A seed. Han Xiao still felt that the position of chief administrative official was more suitable for her. Han Xiao shook his head, took out his communicator, and looked at it. The outside world is reacting to the return of the players. They're worried that if they continue to grow, they will become more and more lawless, shaking the order of the galactic society. This is actually not wrong. The fuse has already appeared. In ancient times, there was a saying that heroes used martial arts to break the law. When it came to the players, this characteristic was even more exaggerated. The stronger they were, the harder it was to manage them. Han Xiao considered it from the perspective of the three universal civilizations and could understand that the calamity of the supers had its reasons. At least, it was very suitable for the players. The three universal civilizations should be making a move soon. I keep feeling that something's going to happen. Han Xiao rubbed his forehead and frowned. At this time, a black flame suddenly appeared in front of him and quickly expanded into a figure. It was Oathkeeper's mental projection. Han Xiao looked up at him and raised his brows. Why didn't you say anything? Why are you looking for me? Have you gathered another set of keys? Not yet. Oathkeeper's tone was solemn. Blackstar, I have 2 pieces of bad news for you. Oh, what is it? Han Xiao was curious. There's a traitor among the group of Avengers. He wants to sell the information about the Holy Covenant and the Sanctums in exchange for the help of the advanced civilizations to take revenge. Han Xiao's face darkened. How did this happen? Has the news been leaked? Pangan is chasing after him. The information has been intercepted and has not been sent out. Han Xiao frowned. What's the other bad news? Someone used magic to spy on the Holy Covenant organization. We traced the source and found that the magic path came from the secondary dimensions. We've probably been discovered by someone hiding in the secondary dimensions. We don't know who it is yet, Oathkeeper said with a deep voice. Hearing this, Han Xiao slowly stood up and put on his cloak. Tell me the coordinates. I'll go take a look. Chapter 1288. The violent atmosphere stirred up the black sand in the sky. The high-speed sandstorm that could easily crush steel shrouded the surface of this desolate planet all year round. The harsh environment of the planet did not give birth to any life. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in the sandstorm, and a figure appeared out of thin air, falling from the sky and crashing onto the ground. This person was wearing a mechanical suit that was damaged all over, and he was covered in blood as if he was heavily injured. He struggled to stand up, raised his hand, and flicked out a thin blue energy shield, blocking the high-speed sandstorm around him. The next second, a few more lights flashed behind him. Pangan and a few other beyond grade, as chased after him and quickly surrounded him. Pangan stared at this person coldly, his tone filled with killing intent. Kotlin, you betrayed us. This primordial one, named Kotlin, panted heavily, looked around, and smiled miserably. They were all beyond grade and the spatial ripples he left behind through teleportation and hyperdrive were all clues for the other party to track him. He could not get rid of Pangan and the others, and his communicator network was also locked by the mechanics around Pangan, unable to be unlocked in a short time. For him, there was no way to escape. Pangan clenched his fists and said in a low voice, I said what I said. Our principle is to not involve Black Star and the Holy Covenant as much as possible. You tried to use their information in exchange for the help of the supercluster civilization, which has already broken the original agreement. I can only get rid of you." He was a little pained, but also a little relieved. Kotlin was a member of the Avengers. He was pained that one of his companions had taken the wrong path, but he was also relieved that he discovered it quickly enough. The other party was still in the probing stage of communication with the supercluster civilization, and they did not have a deep cooperation. Kotlin exhaled and said with a deep voice, "Penguin, you can't not see, right? With our meager manpower, even if we silently develop for a few hundred years, it's basically impossible to complete our revenge plan. Without external help, it's impossible. Following you is just a waste of time." Penguin was silent for a moment, then firmly said, "Even if the hope is slim, I will not betray Oathkeeper and Black Star in exchange for help. They carry out the mission of the Holy Covenant, reviving us and giving us a second life. You're being ungrateful. We are all the founders of the Holy Covenant. Without our efforts back then, how could they have mastered the Sanctum Revival? I do owe Oathkeeper, but Black Star? He's just an opportunist. Yet he shamelessly claims to be our benefactor. Didn't he get his current position by using us?" Kotlin's eyes flickered, but he was not prepared to admit defeat. Black Star is fighting for the future of the entire class. Although we're not participating, we can't drag him down. You've crossed the line, another Beyond Greater coldly said. Kotlin disagreed and said angrily, "Bullsh *T, class struggle. What does it have to do with me? I only have one goal from the beginning, and that is to avenge my fellow countrymen. For this, I can give up anything, including my life. This time, I don't even think about going back alive. Anyway, I only have one chance to use the Sanctum Revival, and I've already used it up. To me, the Holy Covenant and Black Star are useless. If they don't affect me, I can give them face and keep their secret for them. However, Black Star's path is obviously to find a way to coexist peacefully with my enemy, the three universal civilizations. In the future, he might even show his loyalty and turn around to destroy us. Since he's in my way, he can scram to the side." Hearing this, Penguin and the others frowned. The primordial ones had different goals when they created the Holy Covenant. Not everyone wanted to escape the chaos of war. A few like Kotlin and Penguin were worried that they would not be able to continue protecting the civilization after they died in battle, so they invested in the Holy Covenant as insurance. Penguin shook his head. He felt that there was no point in wasting his breath on Kotlin. This person's heart was completely filled with hatred and could not tolerate anything else. He only wanted to take revenge at all costs and did not care about anything else after he died. He did not want to waste time criticizing Kotlin's personal choice, so he changed the topic and said coldly, "What benefits did the supercluster promise you?" "We haven't finished yet." Kotlin did not hide it. Only Oathkeeper and Black Star knew how to open the sanctums, the key formula, and other secrets, and had never been revealed to other revivers. What Kotlin could take out to trade was only superficial information, such as the composition of the Holy Covenant's members, the private agreement between Black Star and the Holy Covenant, and so on. However, it was still very valuable. Before he reached a suitable condition with the other party, Kotlin was naturally a rare commodity. This was not the first time he had dealt with an organization, so of course, he would not reveal his information for nothing. Otherwise, he would lose the value of the negotiation. Thus, he had not revealed much yet. Penguin nodded silently. Pugilist flames ignited all over his body as he said coldly, "Okay, then there's nothing more to say. I'll send you on your way personally. I don't intend to wait for death. If you want to kill me, then come and try." Kotlin did not care about the consumption of his life force and crazily squeezed out his exhausted cells. The next moment, several figures moved quickly and collided with each other. Bang! An intense shockwave swept across the surface of the planet, shattering it inch by inch. In the secondary dimension world, Han Xiao was shuttling at high speed, jumping through secondary dimension after secondary dimension, heading straight for the depths. After receiving news from Oathkeeper, Han Xiao took the coordinates and left immediately, heading straight for the secondary dimension to track down the spies. Over the years, Han Xiao had created many new machines. The mechanical suit he was wearing was a model that specialized in moving in secondary dimensions, and its jumping speed was extremely fast. As for the traitor on Pangan's side, Han Xiao could not care about it for the time being. It was impossible for Pangan and the others to bring a throne with them, so it was too late for him to go over even if he wanted to. He could only leave it to Pangan to deal with it. Although this person was a little reckless, his strength was not bad. Moreover, none of the revivers knew the key information such as how to open the sanctums. Even if it was leaked, the outside world would at most know about the existence of the Holy Covenant and his connection with the Holy Covenant. The problem could still be controlled, and there were pros and cons. In his previous life, the Holy Covenant should have encountered something similar, but the perpetrator was not anyone from the current revivals. In the Calamity of the Supers version in his previous life, Kotlin acted normally and did not seem to have leaked any information about the Holy Covenant. Maybe it's my butterfly effect again. In my previous life, the Sanctum Revival was not exposed, and there was no association, so he made a different choice? Han Xiao guessed. At this moment, a black flame suddenly appeared beside him, turning into Oathkeeper's mental projection. It followed Han Xiao's figure and remained relatively still. Black Star, the problem on Pangan's side has been solved. The traitor has been killed. Not bad. Han Xiao nodded. Did you find out the reason? Kotlin said so. Oathkeeper relayed Pangan's information to him. After hearing this, Han Xiao nodded silently. So that's how it is. In his previous life, the Holy Covenant organization had always been hiding in the dark and did not participate in these disturbances. Most of the revivers did not want to be disturbed and were neutral. Now, under his mobilization, many of the revivers had participated in the battle between the Beyond Grade as causing Kotlin's thoughts to change and no longer keep it secret. However, this was a rare situation. Basically, the revivers would not take the risk of leaking information because they knew that once they destroyed the plan of Black Star and the Holy Covenant, they would definitely be hunted down by a large group of revivers. They might even cause Black Star to personally take action and lose their precious last life. People like Kotlin who were ungrateful and did not care about their lives were an exception. The binding of class interests and life safety was enough to suppress the thoughts of most people. In fact, Law and Fei had privately suggested that Oathkeeper use Soul Flame as a gag order. Although it could not form a strong restriction on the Beyond Grade as it could sense if the revivers leaked information. However, this suggestion was rejected by Oathkeeper. Han Xiao also did not agree with this suggestion. If only things were that simple. The Holy Covenant was able to suppress the second batch of revivers because of the support of the first batch of primordial ones. They were the founders of the organization. If this suggestion was taken, the nature of the Holy Covenant would change. The revivers would have all run away long ago. They would even take out the main body of Soul Flame from Oathkeeper's body and destroy it on the spot. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao shook his head. It's hard to avoid traitors. Be more careful. Oathkeeper sighed. Kotlin, he wasn't like this in the past. Sigh. Hatred can always completely change a person. When you revive in the future, don't include him. Of course. Han Xiao nodded. The two of them were the only ones who knew the true mechanism of the Sanctum Revival. After this incident, the two of them had already removed Kotlin's name from the revival list and would not consider reviving him in the future. This guy thought that he could only revive once and felt that the Holy Covenant and Black Star were of no use to him. So he decided to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Since that was the case, Han Xiao was naturally willing to help the other party's dream come true and make Kotlin's Sanctum Revival really only happen once. He would not know what he had missed. This time, the mechanical suit's dedicated secondary dimension coordinate tracker suddenly rang and gave a notification. Han Xiao followed the guidance and jumped through a few more secondary dimensions. He then followed the instructions and entered the space turbulence. After shuttling for a while, he suddenly stopped outside a secondary dimension. The outer wall of this secondary dimension in front of him was engraved with countless magic circuits and was tightly protected. It was obvious that it was man-made. The coordinates indicated this place. It looks like a mage tower in the form of a dimension. Han Xiao carefully observed the situation around him. Because of the coordinates given by Oathkeeper, he arrived very quickly this time. The Holy Covenant had already set up countless countermeasures to prevent spying. Once someone tried to spy, they would be tracked in reverse. This kind of magic was similar to the virtual technology network tracking. Han Xiao flew over and placed his palm on the magic circuit barrier of the secondary dimension. He felt an extremely strong repulsion force. The barrier was extremely tough. A magic barrier of this level must have been set up by a Beyond Grade A, and not an ordinary Beyond Grade A at that. Han Xiao secretly nodded, his eyes flashing. This meant that the experts in the secondary dimension had most likely observed him but did not come out to greet him or open the entrance to this secondary dimension. TSK, are you pretending to be a turtle? Do you think you're safe just because you're hiding in your turtle shell? Looks like I'll have to use some brute force. Han Xiao originally did not want to use force easily, but seeing the other party's performance, he could not help but raise his palm. Psionic energy surged in his palm. At this time, Han Xiao noticed that the magic barrier of the secondary dimension began to change, revealing a gap. The next moment, a figure flew out of the gap and arrived not far away. This person was wearing a platinum and gold mage robe and a pointed mage hat. He had a long white beard and an extraordinary aura. This appearance was very similar to a famous dual-wielding berserker mage. Hello, guest from afar. A mental message was transmitted to Han Xiao's mind at the same time. Han Xiao looked over and sized him up. Suddenly, his brows raised, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He recognized this stranger whom he had met for the first time. So it's this guy. Isn't he the secluded Beyond Grade A who fought guerrilla warfare with the World Tree Army in the secondary dimension in my previous life? Chapter 1289. Super Godly Mechanic has taken a day off. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1290. Secret Realm Mage Joey Tan Ryan, a hidden expert who lived in seclusion in the secondary dimensions. He was from the same era as the foul-mouthed elf King Dylan. There was no trace of this person in the current galactic history. He had lived in seclusion for a long time and did not leave any records. He only appeared in front of the world for the first time in the World Tree Invasion version. Mages were the same as mechanics. They were the type with a strong foundation, and the older they were, the stronger they were. Joey had lived in the secondary dimensions for many years and accumulated peak Beyond Grade A strength. However, due to his talent, potential, and other factors, his level was probably weaker than the pillars of the three universal civilizations. He was barely ranked at the tail end of the universe's first echelon. Even if he did not count the revivers, he could still occupy a place among the Beyond Grade as in the main world. Han Xiao had a deep impression of this person. The World Tree's invasion had affected a wide area, and the secondary dimensions had become a battlefield. All the secret organizations and hermits hiding there had also become targets of conquest. They were all blown out, and no one could stay out of it. They had no choice but to resist collectively. Joey was one of them. It was said that the secondary dimension he lived in seclusion had been severely damaged, causing him to have no choice but to hide with his base camp and fight guerrilla warfare with the World Tree Army. In the end, he died at the hands of the enemy and was swallowed by the World Tree. All kinds of information flashed through his mind. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, sized Joey up, and slowly said, Joey Tan Ryan. Joey Tan Ryan. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. Joey wanted to introduce himself, but he did not expect to be called by his name. He was shocked, and his face was filled with surprise. How do you know my name? He was a little confused. What's going on? I've been in seclusion for so many years, so no one in the main universe should know my name. How does this person know me? Han Xiao chuckled. I guessed it. Amazing, right? Joey choked and felt a stifling sensation in his heart. How sarcastic. He felt that Black Star's personality was different from the rumors, so he suppressed his depression and suppressed his curiosity. He coughed and asked, "Well, whether you guessed it or not, you already know who I am. I'm very curious. Why would the famous Black Star of the main universe visit my home?" Han Xiao smacked his lips. "Oh, so you know me too. I thought you had completely hidden yourself from the world and didn't pay attention to the changes in the main universe." "I only pay attention to the news occasionally." Joey became more and more suspicious. He felt that Black Star seemed to have a deep understanding of him, but he had never interacted with the other party before. There was something strange about this matter. "Really?" Han Xiao did not comment. "But not long ago, you spied on a friend of mine. It seems that you pay attention to a wide range of things, not just the news. So that's why you're here?" Joey suddenly understood, and a burst of vigilance rose in his heart. He had just discovered Black Star's visit in the secondary dimension and was wondering how this person had found him. He originally wanted to silently observe and guess the other party's intentions, but when he saw Han Xiao raise his hand to break the magic barrier, Joey could not sit still and came out to meet him. He did not expect that the person he was interested in observing not long ago was related to Black Star. Now that the main character had come to find him, he was afraid that there would be trouble. Since the other party had come, he naturally knew what was going on. There was no point in denying it. Joey's expression changed. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled and spread his hands. "As the saying goes, those who come from afar are guests. You don't want to keep talking to me here, do you? Aren't you going to invite me to sit in your secondary dimension and have a good chat?" Hearing this, Joey slowly nodded, opened a gap in the barrier, and made an inviting gesture. "Of course. Come with me." After saying that, he led the way in front, and Han Xiao followed him into the secondary dimension. The world in front of him suddenly changed. A lush, natural, and peaceful continental world jumped into his eyes. A huge city surrounded a white tower that pierced into the clouds. Passing by from high above, looking down at the street scene, the ant-like residents of various species were bustling, and the atmosphere of the city was very harmonious and lively. The two landed on the platform at the top of the tower. Joey gently snapped his fingers, and two sets of high-end tables and chairs, as well as a table full of snacks and tea, appeared out of thin air. Han Xiao smiled at the side, as if talking to himself. "Magic is really convenient. Please sit down and try my specialty here." Joey glanced at him, unsure of Han Xiao's intentions. He simply did not respond and invited Han Xiao to take a seat. The two sat opposite each other. Han Xiao casually took a sip of tea, and a strong fragrance suddenly swept across his taste buds. It was mellow and rich, with a faint milky fragrance and endless aftertaste. "The taste is quite good." Han Xiao put down the teacup, turned to look at the continuous city, and said with a smile, "This secondary dimension is not bad. I haven't seen such a peaceful place in a long time. This is my home in seclusion. Everything you see here was built by me bit by bit." Speaking of this topic, Joey's tone became a little warmer, as if he liked to hear others praise his achievements. Han Xiao listened for a while, smiled, and said, "It's quite good to live in seclusion here. It won't be lonely. I see that you seem to have transformed this place into a mage tower. You should have given this place a name, right?" This place is called..." Joey suddenly paused and said, "God Nation." Hearing this, Han Xiao secretly curled his lips. This old man thinks that I don't know that this place is called the God Nation, so he doesn't dare to say the real name. He's probably worried that I'll guess that there are 3 other beyond grade as living in seclusion here. The other 3 are probably hiding as trump cards, just in case. If I make trouble, they can catch me off guard. Han Xiao did not immediately expose the other party. His tone changed, and he said playfully, "However, I see that many of the residents here are from the galactic races of the main universe. You've abducted quite a few people from the main universe to accompany you, right?" Joey was unmoved, took a sip of tea, and casually said, "It's not abduction. The main universe is so dangerous. I'm just helping some people to obtain a stable life. Here, they can enjoy the peace I've created for them, and there's no need to worry." "What's wrong with that?" It sounds pretty good. This might be the life that many people dream of, but heh. Han Xiao raised his brows, but did not continue to ask. Controlling the lives of ordinary people was a matter of course for many beyond great as. Regardless of whether they were willing to accept the arranged life or not, they had no choice. This kind of thinking was deeply ingrained among supers, and it was essentially no different from having power and influence. Han Xiao could not say anything about this, but he secretly shook his head. He did not think much of Joey's method of capturing people to play house with him. The four god nations looked like an independent paradise, but Han Xiao knew that under the iron hooves of the world tree, this fragile piece could not withstand a single blow. Escaping would always be passive. How could it be so easy to stay away from worldly affairs? Han Xiao knocked on the table, leaned forward, and changed the topic. All right, you've drunk the tea. Let's talk about business. The person you used magic to spy on not long ago was my friend. Give me an explanation for this. What do you want? Joey secretly tensed up. Han Xiao shrugged. Nothing much. I just need you to tell me your motive, goal, method, and so on. You're in such a hurry to find me. Is a person I'm spying on very important to you? Joey frowned, secretly wondering why Black Star would make such a big fuss. Han Xiao blinked, looked at Joey's expression, and smiled. From this sentence, he had a rough idea of Joey's background. This old man in front of him most likely did not know the inside story of the Holy Covenant, but for some reason he discovered the Holy Covenant base and spied on it. He probably did not have a strong motive. This person had been a hermit for too long, and it was easy to see through him. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Han Xiao asked. Joey was stunned by this answer. No, you're in a high position. You should be very busy, right? Then I'm here in person now. Do you still need to ask my attitude? Han Xiao shook his head and stopped smiling. Answer, don't make me ask again. Joey's expression changed slightly. He was shocked by Han Xiao's vaguely revealed strength, and then became a little unhappy. However, as someone who lived in seclusion, his personality was relatively soft. He suppressed the displeasure in his heart and answered in full detail. Han Xiao observed Joey's expression, tone, and actions while listening to his explanation. According to Joey, this was a coincidence. He said that he did not know the details of this organization. The reason he spied on this organization was because many years ago, when the Holy Covenant was capturing primal Esper ability users in the secondary dimensions, his messenger patrolling the secondary dimensions happened to see it. He was curious, so he used a mysterious spell to mark the concept of the Holy Covenant organization. If the destiny line of the other party changed or became entangled with him, he would have a small chance of receiving guidance. It was very mysterious. This was a spell he created behind closed doors. Not long ago, he had a faint premonition on a whim, so he followed the guidance to observe the recent situation of this mysterious organization. However, the messenger he sent out was blocked, and he did not see anything. You say it's just a coincidence? Han Xiao did not comment. Although it sounded unreliable, there was no guarantee that it was the truth. The secondary dimensions were strange, and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The Holy Covenant organization had been secretly operating for so many years, so it was not realistic for them to not be discovered. They would definitely leave some traces of their activities, and it would not be strange for them to be seen by a powerhouse. It was just that no one could find out the organization's details. High-ranking mages all had their own secret spells. Joey had stayed in seclusion for so many years and developed a unique magic school. According to the information from his previous life, his research was affected by the environment, and his magic was extremely suitable for fighting in the secondary dimensions. On the contrary, it was not suitable in the main universe, and his strength was fluctuating. Han Xiao actually believed about 60 to 70% of what he said. Not only did he observe the other party's expression, but he also judged Joey's character in his previous life. This person was not a guy who liked to find trouble, nor did he work for other organizations. He was basically reliable. Because of this, when they first met, although Han Xiao did not know how much Joey knew about the Holy Covenant, he still said that he was related to the Holy Covenant. This was because as soon as he recognized Joey, he changed his initial strategy and planned to pull this person on board. Furthermore, Joey recognized him and was so obedient. Han Xiao could roughly guess what the other party was thinking. He was most likely moved by the Sanctum revival and did not want to become enemies with Han Xiao. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and just as Joey finished explaining, Han Xiao raised his cup and took a sip of tea. Okay, I understand now. Maybe it really is a coincidence. It's good that you're willing to believe me. Joey exhaled. He was so cooperative because he wanted to clear up the misunderstanding and did not want to have conflict with Black Star. At this time, Han Xiao changed the topic and said meaningfully, "However, this is not the main purpose of my visit. Let's talk about something else. You should be interested in the Sanctum revival, right?" Joey was a little surprised, as if he did not expect Han Xiao to suddenly change the topic. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. "Yes, I'm very interested." Han Xiao smiled softly. "If you want, I can give you a share." Xiao, he was taken aback, extremely astonished. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to contact Han Xiao in the future and try to obtain a Sanctum revival opportunity, but he did not expect to get it so easily, which made him a little stunned. "This is the first time we've met, and you're already giving me a Sanctum revival opportunity. Black Star is actually so generous?" Seeing Joey's expression, Han Xiao knew what he was thinking. He sighed helplessly and said, "Of course, I'm not giving you the opportunity for free. Currently, the relationship between the Association and the three universal civilizations is stiff, and conflict can break out at any time. I need to strengthen the Association's strength. As long as you join the Association and participate in our front line, you'll have a share in the Sanctum revival." Hearing this, Joey hesitated and whispered, "But I've already chosen to live in seclusion. I'm not willing to get involved in any storms that happen in the main universe. Can I join the Association in name after it reconciles with the three universal civilizations?" You don't want to contribute, but you want to share. Don't you think that's too wishful thinking? Han Xiao secretly rolled his eyes. To even say such words in front of him, this person had really been in seclusion for too long and was already muddle-headed. Joey said awkwardly, "Then, can you change the condition?" Han Xiao raised his brows. "I don't think you're qualified to bargain. Besides, what else do you have that I need?" Joey was speechless. This time, Han Xiao patted his clothes, stood up, and slowly said, "Your hesitation is mostly due to your lack of trust. You think that the probability of me failing is very high. I believe that sparring is the best way to dispel doubts. How about it? Do you want to spar with me?" That seems a little sudden. Joey was surprised, but after thinking about it, he did not reject this proposal. "All right, I'm also curious about your ability. Let's go outside and spar." Black Star had been famous for a long time, and Joey had been training in seclusion for so many years. He also wanted to see how big the gap was between him and Han Xiao. Sparring was always the main way for Beyond Grade, as to communicate. However, at this time, Han Xiao shook his head. "You misunderstood. I don't want to spar with you. I want to spar with all of you." As he spoke, he turned his head and slowly spoke. "The three of you have been eavesdropping for long enough. Come out." A few seconds later, three figures flew over and landed on the platform of the tower. They looked at each other helplessly. They were the other three Beyond Grade, as of the Four God Nation. They thought that Black Star had not noticed, but it turned out that he had known about it long ago and had made them hide for nothing. Thinking about the scene just now, the three of them could not help but feel embarrassed. Hearing that Black Star wanted to fight the four of them alone, they were even more unhappy. "Are you sure you want to fight the four of us alone?" Joey frowned, and his expression did not look too good. He felt that he had been underestimated. "Yes, otherwise, I'm afraid it will end too quickly and I won't feel anything." Han Xiao smiled. He had not come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. He had been prepared to fight this group of people for a long time. The Fist had the greatest right to speak. Only by beating the four of them up would he be able to sway their thoughts and negotiate. "You're too arrogant." Joey's tone also became cold. Although he had a good temper, he was still someone who cared about his face. Being underestimated by his opponents like this, his anger gradually grew. Seeing the expressions of the four of them becoming more and more dissatisfied, Han Xiao stopped smiling. His eyes shone with electric light, and the aura of his body gradually rose. Golden mechanical force began to crackle around his body. A majestic voice with energy vibrations came from Han Xiao's mouth. "It's you guys who have been hiding for too long and have fallen behind. I don't mind helping you guys recognize whose era this is." Chapter 1291. This was a white space that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was nothing here, and it looked completely empty. Suddenly, a whirlpool-like blue teleportation gate appeared out of thin air, and Han Xiao, Joey, and the other three flew out. "This is the prototype of the secondary dimension I created. We usually spar here. Black Star, you don't have any objections, right?" Joey sent a mental message with a sullen face. "Sure." Han Xiao looked around and nodded. After reaching an agreement to spar, because they were worried about destroying the four god nations, they decided to change the battlefield. Joey opened the teleportation gate and led everyone to his usual training ground. High-grade mages could use spells like illusion materialization to artificially create secondary dimensions. This white world was just an incomplete prototype, and it was very simple to create. It was perfect for a battlefield. Although you want to fight 1 against 4, we won't take advantage of you. At most, we'll fight you 1 by 1 until one side concedes. Joey snorted and retreated to open up the distance between them. The others also retreated in different directions. Han Xiao smiled and did not speak. He opened the interface and took a look. A notification popped up, indicating that a special mission had been triggered. The format was similar to the Beyond Grade A challenge mission, requiring one to last a certain amount of time in battle. The rewards were divided into different levels, and the 2 highest levels were to choose one random ability from each of the 4 people and obtain a talent called Secondary Dimension Adapter. The effect of this talent was to obtain an environmental bonus when fighting in the secondary dimension, increasing one's combat strength slightly. It was a general ability, and it was better than nothing. If only there were such surprises every time. Han Xiao's lips curled up slightly. At this time, Joey, who had already opened up a large distance, stopped. He formed a few hand seals and pointed in the air. A series of magic arrays appeared behind him, turning into light gates. Countless monsters surged out. There were humanoid shadow creatures, strangely twisted monsters, soft-bodied creatures with a combination of various structures. They were all monsters from different secondary dimensions. "You want to fight me with the summoning stream?" Han Xiao nodded secretly. Since the other party had inquired about his name, it was natural that they would not approach him so easily. It seemed that they wanted to use the human wave tactic to restrict him. Joey was not a specialized summoner, but he had lived in the secondary dimensions for many years and had seen many strange secondary dimension life forms. He had signed a lot of contracts and could summon a lot of targets, most of which were very strong. Han Xiao immediately knew what the other party was planning to do. He wanted to rely on his solid foundation to fight. The other party probably thought that he had not been a Beyond Grade A for long enough, and that his foundation was his weakness. "Then I'll play with you." Han Xiao did not take it to heart. He opened the Dimensional Army box, and an endless mech legion flew out. Compared to the messy formation of the summoned monsters, the Mech Legion's formation was extremely orderly. They rapidly formed different formations, and the black mass of Steel Legion emitted a unique sense of beauty. Then, he summoned the divine mechanical throne and sat on it, floating in the center of the mechanical army like the commander of the army. The number of the Mech Legion and summoned monsters increased, and the battle line was quickly stretched out. The end could not be seen at a glance, forming a confrontation. The summoned monsters' formation frequently let out roars that shook one's mind, and it was extremely noisy. On the other hand, the Mech Legion was on the other end of the spectrum, silent as death. Seeing that the troops on both sides had opened up their formation, Han Xiao waved his hand and ordered, "Let's do it." As soon as he said that, the Mech Legion immediately began to move in an orderly manner. The heavy armored vanguard troops at the front raised their shields and moved forward in an orderly manner. The long-range mechanical troops in the middle and rear immediately unleashed their firepower. The dense psionic beams seemed to have turned into a curtain of light, directly focusing fire on the summoned monsters. Light balls frequently exploded in the enemy formation, causing large numbers of summoned monsters to suffer casualties. In the vertical direction, the elite vanguard troops engaged in three-dimensional combat, independent guerrilla warfare, like sharp knives or sniper rifles, looking for opportunities to attack the weak points of the enemy formation. At the same time, large patches of golden lightning chains were released from the divine mechanical throne, instantly connecting the mechanical troops, forming a spider web shape, giving the Mech Legion a mechanical force boost. A large number of mechanical soldiers were dyed in golden lightning, and their performance increased by a visible margin as though they had entered a state of excitement. On the other side, Joey was not to be outdone. He waved his staff, and patches of magic light sprinkled on the summoned monsters, also bringing about an area of effect buff. Then, the summoned monster army was like a flash flood, crazily charging toward the Mech Legion's formation. Although there were many types of summoned creatures, their formation was not scattered. Under the buffs of Joey's spells, the different types of summoned creatures formed a formation, and their abilities complemented each other. There was a tactical cooperation, not a swarm of bees charging out randomly. The two torrents rapidly approached each other, then collided with a loud bang, like Mars colliding with Earth. Rumble. A chaotic battle broke out instantly, and the scene became extremely heated. The troops of both sides clashed, and machinery clashed with flesh. It was difficult to tell who had the upper hand, extremely tragic. In just one exchange, the Mech Legion showed a crushing momentum, crazily crushing the summoned creature army. The summoned creatures were reduced to dust one after another under the assault of the mechanical army. What a strong Mech Legion! Joey was startled and hurriedly cast a short-term buff spell to stabilize the frontline troops. He also cast a HP recovery spell to heal their injuries. Unfortunately, these methods were all in vain. The current Han Xiao was terrifyingly strong. With his god's trait transformation, machinery faith, proof of leadership, machinery divinity, and so on, his mechanical force was the strongest in the universe. Even a Mecha Empire could not compare to him. Furthermore, the decades of research on Jay's technology treasures had allowed his Mech Legion to be updated and strengthened many times. Not only did he add many new types of powerful combat machines, but his performance had also improved by leaps and bounds. It was an all-around strength. Han Zhao's current combat strength was almost at the top level in the universe. He did not need to go all out, and he could crush his enemies fair and square without any fancy moves. Joey's summoned monster army was no match for Han Zhao's Mech Legion at all. The battlefield quickly became one-sided. The mechanical army advanced and retreated with a tight battle formation. They charged back and forth, constantly tearing apart the formations of the summoned monsters and devouring them. At the back, Han Xiao sat firmly on his divine mechanical throne, adjusting the target of his mechanical force buff at any time. He currently had too many soldiers, and it was difficult for his mechanical force to cover all of them. Thus, he had to constantly adjust the focus of the buff as a commander to control the overall situation and take control of the battlefield. At the same time, Han Xiao also activated a specific battle formation buff. This was a command-type skill commonly used in the army style. Different battle formations, and tactics had a chance of being in the form of a skill. It was a command-type skill that provided an overall bonus to the army. Most of them increased their attack, defense, mobility, and other attributes by less than 10%. Very soon, the summoning army suffered heavy casualties. Joey felt a little pained. He raised his hand and drew magic from the mage tower. Then, he slapped his palm toward a group of mechanical troops. Hum! A huge golden magic formation bloomed like a lotus flower, and a strange spatial collapse occurred in an area of the mechanical army. Spatial turbulence raged out, but it was limited to this circular area. The mechanical soldiers in this area seemed to have been erased by an eraser, instantly disappearing into thin air. The mechanical soldiers that entered this area would also disappear into thin air. Han Xiao looked over and narrowed his eyes. An instant cast banishing spell that can continue to exist as a trap. This spell is quite something. These mechanical soldiers that disappeared were not destroyed, but were banished into the spatial turbulence of the secondary dimension by Joey's spell. They were all scattered and fell to God knows where. The effect was somewhat similar to the Holy Covenant's dimensional banishing bullet, but the effect was even better. One of the reasons this guy was suitable for fighting in the secondary dimension was because he had many self-created spells that were only effective here. They would not be of any use in the main universe egg. Joey threw out a few more palms and banished a few more mechanical soldiers. At this time, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He activated the short-range teleportation enchantment without hesitation and instantly left the place. Swoosh! The next moment, a highly condensed blue-black ray shot out, penetrating layers of paper-like magic barriers and hitting the afterimage left behind. Joey flashed to the side and turned to look in the direction of the beam. He saw that Han Xiao had unknowingly changed into a set of pitch-black armor and was pointing his finger in this direction. The fingertips of the mechanical suit were still flickering. You dodged pretty quickly. I thought I would be able to test the actual combat effect of this anti-magic gamma ray. Han Xiao's tone was a little regretful. The style of a normal mechanic would be to prepare countermeasures against any enemy. In the past few years, Han Xiao had created a large number of new weapons targeting the 5 major systems, completely transforming himself. This anti-magic gamma ray was based on highly condensed gamma rays that imitated a gamma ray burst. It was supplemented by the magic suppression energy, converted by psionic energy, which had astonishing penetrative power and lethality against the mage class. According to the laboratory's report, after hitting a beyond grade A mage, it would be able to exert a magic activity suppression state for a few hours, greatly weakening the strength of the opponent's spells. Han Xiao shook his head, stood up from the throne, and suddenly disappeared. Joey was immediately alarmed. He turned his hand and used a battle mage's magic shockwave behind him, blocking Han Xiao's fist. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and a blue-purple shockwave burst out. Joey was about to use the force to increase the distance between them when he suddenly realized that his palm was stuck to Han Xiao's fist. The black mechanical suit on Han Xiao's body suddenly lit up with fluorescent blue psionic energy patterns, flickering as though it was breathing. At this moment, Joey's expression changed drastically. He realized that with the fist and palm as the center, all the energy in his body began to flow uncontrollably into Han Xiao's body as though it was being sucked away. Psionic Energy Gathering Decay Module, a new technology created by Han Xiao. By simulating the process of the birth and transformation of psionic energy, it displayed the characteristic of devouring all energy. Even when coming into contact with a super, as long as the judgment requirements were met, it could assimilate and absorb the energy of the other party, turning it into fuel for the energy furnace. Simply put, this was the star-sucking great technique. At this moment, Joey made a prompt decision and activated the enchantment. A chaotic space stream appeared out of nowhere and swallowed him. He instantly broke free from the control of the enchantment and disappeared without a trace. Yo, you have quite a few escape methods. Han Xiao raised his brows and looked around. Far away from the battlefield, a chaotic space stream gushed out and spat Joey out. The chaotic space stream that he could not control seemed to have become his vehicle. That was close. In just a short contact, I lost about 5% of my energy. Joey did not have time to rest and quickly checked his status. He was shocked. At this moment, the blue patterns on Han Xiao's mechanical suit dimmed. He shook his head and smiled. You guys should come together. There's no pressure at all when dealing with just you alone. Hearing this, Joey's face darkened. The other 3 who were watching the battle did not look good either. After the previous exchange, Joey had personally experienced Han Xiao's strength. He felt that Han Shao was strong without any shortcomings, like an insurmountable mountain. He could not think of how he could defeat Black Star with his own strength. Furthermore, he was the strongest among the four. Although the other three had not fought yet, seeing Joey's pathetic performance, they were all shocked. They knew that the result would be the same if they went up against Han Shao. They might even be beaten up even worse. If they went up one by one, it would be suicide. They could only take turns to be beaten up. Realizing this, the other three were tempted by Han Zhao's suggestion. Originally, they did not want to go up together because they wanted to maintain their dignity as beyond grade as. However, it seemed that if they were beaten up one by one, there would be no dignity to speak of. They might as well gang up on Black Star together. They might even be able to gain an advantage and avoid being humiliated. As for the tag team agreement before the battle, that was what Joey said. It had nothing to do with them. One of them coughed and said with a deep voice, "Since you're so insistent, we can't reject your repeated invitations. Let's see what you're capable of." Han Shao glanced at him and secretly gave him a thumbs up. What a shameless sentence. You have my demeanor. I admire you. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three no longer watched from the sidelines. They all joined the battle and displayed their abilities. Seeing this, Joey thought of his request before the battle and blushed a little. However, he knew that he would only be beaten up if he relied on himself. In the end, he did not open his mouth to reject the help of his three companions. Instead, he pretended to be a mute and silently cooperated with his companions. The five of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. They fought fiercely, causing the space walls to tremble. This secondary dimension could not withstand the aftermath of their battle and was soon riddled with holes. The fierce battle lasted for a few hours, and the battlefield changed 3 times. It was now the 4th secondary dimension, and it looked like it was about to shatter. There was a huge floating island here. At this time, the entire island was completely dyed red with blood, and there were summoned corpses everywhere. On the bumpy ground, Joey was covered in wounds. He leaned on his staff and panted heavily. His body was still trembling weakly, as if he had been squeezed dry. Joey's eyes were filled with fear. He raised his trembling hand and signaled for Han Shao not to go any further. We admit defeat. Don't come again." Not far away, Han Shao stopped and said with regret, "You surrender just like that? I still have a lot of equipment that I haven't tested yet." It wasn't easy to find a few new opponents to spar with, so he didn't want to end the battle quickly. He pulled out all the equipment he had made in the past few decades and used a bunch of fancy tricks to torture Joey and the others, almost leaving a psychological shadow in their hearts. This time, it was mainly to test the equipment, so Han Shao was not too serious and did not use his trump cards. However, even so, Joey and the others did not cause him any trouble. The situation was always under his control, and he completely crushed them in all aspects. He had a clearer understanding of his current strength. In a head-on battle, without 11 or 12 high-level beyond grade as around 70,000 energy rank, they would not be able to pose any threat to him. Han Shao sighed. "This is not even a warm-up for me. I gave you guys a chance, but you guys were useless." Hearing this, Joey and the others were speechless. If these words were said before the battle, they would not have been happy. However, now that they knew the difference in strength between the two sides and knew that Black Star alone could deal with all of them, the little bit of temper in their hearts was all gone. Beyond grade, as were very realistic. If they could not win, they could not win. Even if they were unhappy, they had to endure it. However, although Joey and the others were tortured by Han Shao, they also saw the foundation that Han Shao displayed and finally understood why Black Star dared to go against the 3 universal civilizations. Black Star's mechanical technology was unbelievably strong, and his foundation was too terrifying. The Mech Legion was almost endless. The title Mecha Empire should belong to you. Chapter 1292. You should have confidence in my strength now, right? Han Shao snapped his fingers, and the mechanical suit on his body folded and shrank, merging into his body. Joey took a deep breath, suppressed the frustration of being beaten, pondered for a while, and said seriously, "You are indeed very strong. You're indeed the strongest beyond grade A I've ever seen, but what you're about to do is far from something an individual can accomplish. You might have no problem protecting yourself, but others don't have your ability. It's too difficult for the beyond grade as to unite and become an organization on the same level as the three universal civilizations. In the end, you're still unwilling to take any risks." Han Shao curled his lips. Joey said with a deep voice, "I witnessed the tragedy of the pinnacles. The three universal civilizations aren't doing anything now not because they're afraid of you. Don't be fooled by the current stalemate. With the current strength of the Beyond Grade A Association, it's not enough to be compared to the three universal civilizations. They're just looking for a low-cost solution to the problem. If they don't care about the cost, the three universal civilizations have the ability to destroy the entire explored universe. They can completely blow up all the star fields into desolate universe belts and destroy all life." Han Shao shook his head slightly. "There's no need for you to be alarmist. Unless the three universal civilizations are crazy, such a situation won't happen. Therefore, your assumption is meaningless. Who would immediately request euthanasia just because they're sick? Fighting for peace is already the most suitable path at present. The three universal civilizations allow the existence of beyond grade as, but they definitely don't want us to unite." Joey hesitated for a moment before probing. "You have the precious sanctum revival, so why do you have to use it for such a dangerous business? With your strength, you can completely be independent and treat the sanctum revival as a business, cooperating with the three universal civilizations and the various beyond grade as. Anyway, the revival is only limited to one time. Isn't this good for everyone and not offending anyone?" Han Shao glanced at him and said calmly, "Everyone has their own ambitions." He was not surprised that Joey would think this way. Most hermits had the idea of being independent. They wanted to enjoy the sanctum revival, but did not want to take risks. Is there really no way to talk about it? Joey was a little disappointed. After hiding for so many years, he really did not want to expose himself to the advanced civilizations. Han Shao spread his hands and did not answer. His meaning was obvious. Joey hesitated for a moment, but he still refused to give up. "Black Star, if the three universal civilizations have really developed the sanctum revival technology, that will be the day we make a move on you. The three universal civilizations will definitely try to monopolize this technology, and by then, the association's advantage will be gone. The three universal civilizations will only need to kill you and revive you first, and they won't be afraid of revenge. So, I think it's best if you don't take this path." Han Shao frowned slightly and said bluntly, "That's right. Do I need you to tell me that? You might think that it would be very safe to join the three universal civilizations after they succeed in their research. But think about it. The three universal civilizations will not be as lenient in choosing who to revive as compared to us. With such a powerful weapon in their hands, they will not spoil the beyond grade as like before. If a beyond grade A is unwilling to become a tool for them to consolidate their rule, they will not be qualified to enjoy the sanctum revival. Otherwise, why do you think the association is rebelling? Only with the existence of the association can the beyond grade as retain the greatest degree of freedom. If you don't contribute now, when are you going to wait? Overcautious, afraid of this and that. Don't be naive, okay? There's no such thing as a sure bet. As long as you have a need for the sanctum revival, you have to give something up. If you're not interested, then don't waste my time. Continue to avoid reality and obediently linger on until the day your life ends." Joey's expression froze, and he said in a muffled voice, "That's not what I meant. Let me think about it." Hearing this, Han Shao snorted indifferently, took out a few encrypted communicators, threw them to the four of them, and said, "My contact information is stored in here. Inform me when you've made a decision. The situation is still stable, so you have plenty of time to think about it. However, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Always thinking about staying away from the changes of time. In the end, you can only passively accept the results. If you don't do anything for yourself, who else can you count on? After saying that, Han Shao waved his hand and put the mechanical army back into the secondary dimensional army box. He then switched to the king and disappeared with a teleportation. He had no intention of visiting the four god nations again. Seeing this, Joey and the others could not help but look at each other. After a while, one of them spoke carefully. Is Black Star impatient with us? It seems so. Joey, you seem to have angered him. Did we offend Black Star? The four of them were worried about their gains and losses. They were very conflicted. On one hand, they wanted to avoid all risks and ask Black Star everything clearly, hoping for a 100% guarantee of safety. However, on the other hand, they were worried that this way of asking would make the other party unhappy. Especially after witnessing the other party's combat strength. When facing Han Shao, the few of them were subconsciously in fear and trepidation. Joey's expression changed. He gripped the communicator tightly and said helplessly, Black Star is right. My request might be a little too much. Let's discuss it ourselves. Let's not disturb him for now. His vision blurred, and Han Shao teleported back to the office in the Black Star Palace. He took off his mechanical suit and exhaled deeply. This trip was not in vain. I wonder if these people will agree. Han Shao stroked his chin and felt curious. He had a lot of experience dealing with beyond grade as. When dealing with these indecisive recluses, the effect of being polite was not as good as showing his strength. These people had been in seclusion for too long and did not have any ambition. Their sharpness had been polished, and their personalities were soft. Persuading them nicely would result in half the result. Being forceful and guiding their mentality would instead make them make a decision. He had a better understanding of Joey. This guy was the type of person who wouldn't give up until he saw the coffin. He was indecisive, and it was basically impossible to convince him to join the association on the spot. Even if he had a good discussion, he would still hesitate and keep asking questions. Rather than that, he might as well throw away his tough attitude and lead them to their own inclinations, letting them worry about their own gains and losses. After all, the association was filled with talents and did not urgently need these four people to join. He was not the one begging them, but they were the ones begging him. Han Shao was not interested in the strength of these four people, but more in their identities. If they are willing to join, I can indirectly send a signal to all the recluses in the secondary dimensions. Maybe this will attract more recluses and strengthen the association's momentum, Han Shao thought. In his opinion, it would be good if this plan succeeded, but it would not be a pity if it failed. Anyway, it would just be icing on the cake. You have received 650 billion EXP. You have received the talent Secondary Dimension Adapter. The effect is quite good. 3% is better than nothing. Han Shao nodded and looked at the lower limit. The notification for drawing an ability also popped up, and he was asked to choose a target. You have received a reward. Draw one of Joey Tan Ryan's abilities, talent/ability. Tip: Joey Tan Ryan is a mage and is not compatible with your class. Some of the abilities that can be drawn will be adjusted accordingly. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Please select one from the following 5 options as your reward. 1. Melee proficiency, talent, plus 1 melee skill level, plus 25% melee attack power, plus 25% melee attack frequency, plus 20% melee parry rate. As a qualified battle mage, being good at melee combat is a very reasonable thing. 2. Shockwave, General Edition, ability, a common super battle technique. Compress energy and release it outside the body to form a shockwave. Low damage. Gives different negative statuses according to energy attribute. If your class is a pugilist, it will automatically be replaced with Pugilist Shockwave Blast. Cooldown, 24s. Costs 120 energy. 3. Chain Stick Attack. Ability. When using a stick-type weapon, such as a staff, burst out with continuous attacks in an instant and gain an additional 6% to 12% attack power. The number of attacks depends on DX. The maximum number is 12. Cooldown, 44s. Costs 80 energy and 270 stamina. 4. Crisis Intuition, talent. When you are about to be attacked, you will have a strong sense of alertness. 5. The Ancient One, talent, long life, which gives you precious spiritual wealth. Plus 20% INT, plus 10% MYS, plus 2 all skill levels. This, Han Zhao's mouth twitched. He did not know what to say. The Ancient One, why is it always you? This talent is so persistent. How much do you love me? Do you want me to become an old man so badly? Han Xiao looked at the other options and felt that they were an eyesore. He did not even have the strength to complain that a mage had a talent like close combat proficiency and did not respect his weak class at all. The 5 options were a bunch of crooked melons. He could only pick the best out of the bunch. There was no need to hesitate at all. You have received the talent, the Ancient One. A refreshing feeling surged into Han Zhao's mind. He felt that his thinking speed had become much faster. It was as if he had just done a massage, and it was extremely comfortable. Compared to the 4 hermits, this talent was the biggest reward of this trip. He had finally gotten the chance to cultivate the Ancient One. This time, he did not need to use Manison's character summon card to reach the level of explosive power. It was like adding wings to a tiger. Furthermore, the character summon card was still effective. It would probably be like double mechanical sense, giving him double the Ancient One. This is not a loss. Han Zhao's face was filled with joy. He then closed the interface and sent a message to Oathkeeper, telling him that the problem had been resolved. The sudden incidents of Kotlin and Joey had given him a shock. Thankfully, the matter had been resolved smoothly, and nothing had been leaked. However, this also increased his sense of urgency slightly. The longer this drags on, the easier it is for accidents like this to happen. I still have to increase the efficiency of harvesting EXP. Han Xiao summoned the army program, looked at the movement of the players, and flipped open leak management. The number of players is too large now, and the army has not made any big moves. The number of daily employment missions is limited, and it won't be easy for the players to accumulate EXP. It seems like it's best to fertilize the players and create more jobs for them to increase the speed at which they gain EXP. At the same time, I have to improve the internal welfare system of the army to better harvest their EXP. Chapter 1293. Short Introduction. If you were asked to give up everything you have now and return to 18 years old, would you go back? Melodramatic Introduction. Yi Ran fell down at the scene of her Oscar Best Actress award ceremony and returned to 18 years old. She's focused on finding a way to go back. PY recommended an old driver's lifetime work, The Heavenly Master Mad Doctor. Introduction. A betrayal made him lose everything. He decided to start all over again. He decided to act out the ugly side of life. In life, sometimes it depended on skills, sometimes it depended on luck, and sometimes it depended on acting skills. Hua Ruifeng quietly turned around. He had transformed beautifully. He simply took back everything and easily reached the peak again. PY recommended a book, Returning to the Ming Dynasty to be a Fatuous Ruler, by Zhou Zhou. Chapter 1294. Somewhere in the flickering world, a spaceship with the insignia of the Black Star Corps was slowly moving. In a cabin hall, a group of players was busy with their own matters. Some were playing cards, some were browsing the forums, and some were browsing the army store. The IDs above their heads showed that they were all members of the Rivervale Guild. Madblade and Maple Moon were among them. This spaceship was filled with the core members of the guild, and they were heading to the mission location. At this moment, in a corner of the cabin, Madblade was lecturing the members of the team. After going online, we haven't properly trained yet, and everyone hasn't recovered their condition. Although we're rushing, we can't waste time. Before we reach the destination, no entertainment is allowed. Follow me to clear dungeons and practice tactics. As he said that, Madblade took out a few nightmare difficulty dungeon crystals from his pocket. Seeing this, everyone could not help but sigh. Captain, how long has it been since the last Pro League ended? We haven't even had a proper holiday. The new version has just started, and there's still a long way to go before the next Pro League. Should we start working so hard now? Maple Moon complained. Dynasty's King Admiral and Long Sky's Sleepy Winter are about to retire, Mad Blade explained. Their teams will need to bring in new people, and their strength will most likely weaken. This is a great opportunity, and we have a high chance of winning this pro league. We have to work harder. I feel like you're becoming more and more like Hao Tion. You like to train us every day. Maple Moon curled her lips. This time, Pork Bun chuckled and said, "He's the captain, after all. Rivervale has lived up to everyone's expectations in the past few years and achieved good results. It's definitely related to his seriousness and responsibility. I still remember how terrible Rivervale was during the first pro league. Luckily, the upper echelons of your club used Mad Blade as the cornerstone to rebuild the team. Reality has proven that your club has chosen the right person, and Rivervale has the reputation of being the 5th largest club in China." Mad Blade felt comfortable and gave him a thumbs up. "You're right. I've agreed to do an interview with you. All right, we got something from the loot. We didn't lose out this time." Bun Hit Dog laughed. While the group was joking around, the guild leader of Rivervale, Thousand River Moon, walked in and stopped in front of Mad Blade. "Frenzied Sword, another NPC force contacted me just now. They want us to leave the army and join them," Luli said as he looked at Frenzied Sword. "Again? Who is it this time?" Mad Blade was curious. "They are from the Radiant Federation," Qian Jiangyue said helplessly. Recently, they had received many such private solicitations. There were all kinds of organizations, and all of them were offering generous conditions in hopes that the entire affiliated organization would jump ship and leave the army. It was not just Rivervale. The affiliated guilds of the Black Star Corps were also encountering such situations. "The Radiant Federation is trying to rope us in? When did we become so popular?" Mad Blade muttered. "Don't worry about them. We're not going to change jobs anyway." He was a hardcore supporter of the army. Even if the 3 universal civilizations were trying to rope him in, he was not interested in changing his allegiance. As far as he knew, most of the army guilds had the same attitude and did not care about such solicitations. Recently, the various galactic organizations have been snatching the army's players. They're even more aggressive than in the previous version. I've analyzed the current situation, and a war between the civilizations and the association is unavoidable. Therefore, immortals like us, who are most suitable for the front lines, have become the hotcakes that both sides are fighting over. Otherwise, why would organizations like the 3 universal civilizations send people to rope us in? Maple Moon was deep in thought. Although she had become a professional player, she still retained her interest in analyzing the storyline. At this time, everyone's communicators suddenly rang with the Army's internal program. What new announcement did the Army make? Mad Blade and the others took out their communicators and opened the internal program. An internal document with the title Army's Recent System Reform appeared in front of their eyes. Everyone quickly browsed through it, and their faces were filled with surprise. The document mentioned that the Army had expanded and adjusted the positions of the Immortals, opening up more middle-level positions. They could take on all kinds of new long-term positions in the Army, such as logistics, instructors, captains, intelligence personnel, and so on. To put it simply, it opened up a new way for players to rise up. Originally, most players were mercenaries and combatants, but now they could become middle-level officers of a department, gain power, and lead a group of subordinates. They could command a group of basic personnel as a player. This was very attractive to players who liked role-playing. At the same time, this kind of position also represented a more official establishment. They could receive a fixed salary from the Army, which was very much in line with the preferences of the Chinese players. The promotion condition was to have a sufficiently high level of authority in the Army, which depended on the accumulated contribution points of the players. Furthermore, they had to purchase a digital officer registration application form, which required a very small amount of ANAs and a small amount of experience. Only then could they wait for the HR department to review it. In addition, the Army said that in response to the requests of the members, they had introduced a new insurance service called Army Main Force Special Insurance. The content included discounts at the Army store, free medical treatment, free equipment repair and enhancement times, discounts on logistics costs, loan eligibility, reduced loan interest rates, reduced spaceship rental fees, and discounts on real estate purchases in the Army's territory. These benefits were divided into different levels according to their level. The higher the level of authority an Army member had, the higher the level of protection they could purchase, and the cost was not a one-time thing. They had to pay for the insurance every once in a while. Not only did the players have to pay money, but they also had to pay a small amount of experience. Just the discount at the faction store was enough to stimulate the players to purchase this special insurance, not to mention the various additional services. Just one look was enough to make one feel that they were making a killing. This was especially so for dungeon crystals, which were currently the main source of experience for the players. Just like the inexhaustible experience ores, this was also to make it easier for the players to mine ores. In addition to these benefits, the Army also said that it would increase the range of missions that the Immortals could accept and set up some special missions with rich rewards. The players would have to spend experience and a certain amount of money as a mission deposit. After the mission was completed, the money would be returned, but the experience would not be returned. However, the players would not care about this little bit of experience after receiving the mission reward. The size of the Army was too large, and the amount of experience they could allocate every day was an astronomical figure. Through missions, the experience quota would be distributed to the players, and Han Xiao would harvest it from the players. This positive cycle had been maintained for many years. At the same time, Han Xiao said in the document that he would completely open up the rights to use the evolution cube, and the players would have to spend money and experience to purchase it. Because the current players could only experience the level 160 promotion in this version, the additional race enhancement of the evolution cube would only be useful before that, and the players' desire to purchase it would not be too low. Han Zhao's move was not only to harvest experience, but also to use the side effects of the evolution cube to suppress the players' leveling speed and delay the appearance of the Calamity Grade supers. During the time of the side effects, the players would most likely feel that leveling up was a waste and would be inclined to spend their experience elsewhere. This would kill two birds with one stone, making it easier for Han Xiao to harvest. After reading the document, Madblade and the others were stunned by this series of benefits and were pleasantly surprised. The Army is responding to the poaching of other organizations, right? Indeed, only when there is competition between factions can we eat our fill. Great. Old Black still values us as much as before. Madblade, Maple Moon, and the others felt excited. They and the Army were like an old couple, and they did not want to leave in the first place. They did not expect the Army to have any reaction, but the Army had responded to the poaching organizations with a series of benefits. This made them feel more valued and happy. At the end of the announcement, the Army also announced that they would be holding a military exercise among the Immortals. The mission rewards were extremely generous, and the quota was limited. One could only accept the mission by spending experience points. This was the only large-scale collective operation in the Army recently. Although it was just a drill, the rewards were not cheap. Madblade and the others naturally did not hesitate and directly handed in their experience points to sign up. In less than 5 minutes, the millions of slots were snatched up. This showed how popular the Army was at the moment. The announcement of the Black Star Army's benefits made many players from the other factions feel sour in their stomachs, and their eyes turned red. The forums were once again in chaos. Han Xiao did not have to pay special attention to this, and could guess how the players would react to these benefits. He had long grasped the player's G-spot, and he could use this method of harvesting the player's labor with his eyes closed. According to his estimation, this wave of sword techniques would probably allow him to gather enough experience points to advance his level 360 promotion a few months earlier. Your Excellency, President, our plan to rope in the Immortals has had little effect. Almost none of the Immortals from the Black Star Corps are willing to jump ship. What a bunch of troublesome fellows. In the office of the Radiant Federation President, Lewis listened to his subordinate's report and frowned slightly. In order to study the Sanctum revival, the various galactic organizations were trying their best to rope in the Immortals. However, Looking at the movements of the immortals in the universe, there was actually a trend of them gathering toward the Black Star core. Many organizations found it hard to understand the strange attraction the Black Star core had for the immortals. He originally thought that it would be easy to recruit the immortals in the name of the three universal civilizations, but now, not many people were buying it. Lewis did not understand. He naturally did not know the name of the version Black Star era, so he did not know how much this version name helped Han Xiao. Lewis frowned and pondered for a while before saying with a deep voice, "It should be the influence of the scattered stars incident. It's been a year, but the repercussions are still there. In this year, too many small super organizations have joined the Beyond Great as." Sigh. He could not help but sigh, secretly feeling that it was a pity. If not for the Supercluster Alliance causing trouble, they might have succeeded in intercepting hundreds of Beyond Grade A seeds back then. If the Scattered Stars incident did not happen, it would have been more effective to make an example out of them. The Supers today were more likely to compromise with the three universal civilizations due to fear and other emotions. Unfortunately, such a good thing could only be imagined now. The Chief Elder tapped his walking stick and slowly said, "This matter needs to be dealt with further. This situation needs to be dealt with further. After a year of preparation, it's about time to implement those sanctions policies that have been prepared. We can't let these Beyond Grade A organizations be so comfortable anymore. If we continue to be wary of openly provoking them, they will only take the opportunity to continue developing rapidly." Lewis nodded and said with a deep voice, "Indeed, we have no choice but to curb their development. I'll talk to the church and the dynasty, and we'll jointly issue the prepared orders. I'd like to see how the Beyond Grade A Association will continue to grow after being blocked by half of the Galactic Society." Chapter 1295. The Black Star Corps held a 6-day military exercise exclusive to the Immortals in their territory. More than 1 million Army players participated in it as a form of confrontation. The original intention was to hold a large-scale collective action for the players and find a reason to give out experience rewards on a large scale. However, in the current sensitive situation, the Army's military exercise was interpreted in many ways by the outside world. On the Quantum Network, many galactic residents thought that the Army's exercise was an indirect demonstration against the three universal civilizations. Many also thought that the Black Star Corps was warming up and would definitely do something big in the near future. All kinds of rumors spread like wildfire. However, despite the rumors, the Beyond Grade A Association remained silent, letting the outside world speculate as they wished. One day, half a month later, just as the enthusiasm of public opinion was gradually dwindling, an unexpected major event suddenly happened. Without any warning, the three universal civilizations jointly issued a Level 2 decree to the entire universe, the content of which was precisely the sanctions against the Beyond Grade A Association. The Beyond Grade A Association and the three universal civilizations had been fighting openly and secretly for more than a year. Although many galactic residents were watching the show, in public, the two sides had never shown a tit-for-tat attitude, never challenged each other, mostly remaining silent. However, until now, the three universal civilizations had suddenly started a conflict in public. This was unexpected to countless people, but it was also reasonable. When the leaders of countless organizations saw the content of the decree, their pupils constricted. They were shocked by the severity of the sanctions, and the same thought appeared in their minds. How ruthless! The three universal civilizations finally used their political, economic, and other influence to completely seal off the entire universe. Black Star Palace, Army Commander's exclusive workshop. Han Xiao was focused on studying a gold mechanical blueprint, working toward the peak of the Void God's trait transformation. Suddenly, Philip appeared with an anxious expression on his small face. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Master Hum. Something big has happened. The three universal civilizations have issued a joint sanction against us." Hearing this, Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He He put down the parts in his hands, pinched Philip's head with 2 fingers, and pulled him in front of him. This day still came. Tell me, what conditions did the 3 universal civilizations set? Look, it's so scary. Philip waved his small hand and pulled it down from the top. A virtual screen unfolded like a scroll, showing a document with densely packed contents. At the bottom was the joint seal of the 3 universal civilizations, proving that this was a valid decree approved by the authority of the 3 universal civilizations and protected by the universal law of the galaxy. It was specially noted that it would take effect immediately from the date of signing. Han shall read from the beginning. At the start, it was a statement from the 3 universal civilizations explaining the reason for this decree. In order to minimize the danger of individual strength to the galactic society, the ultimate knowledge of the 5 supersystems has always been jointly controlled by the 3 universal civilizations. Other organizations are not allowed to spread it casually. This is the 6th provision of the Galactic Supermanagement Act, Knowledge Dissemination Agreement. The Beyond Grade A Development Union, hereinafter referred to as the Association, has been privately spreading the ultimate knowledge of the various systems for many years without our permission. We have requested the Association to deal with this chaos many times, but the Association has ignored our requests many times. A year ago, we issued a final ultimatum to the Association, but it was still ignored. Now that the ultimatum has passed, we have decided to punish the Association in light of their bad behavior. Humph, such an excuse indeed. I thought the 3 universal civilizations had some new tricks up their sleeves. Han Shao was not surprised at all. He snorted and continued reading. In the document, the 3 universal civilizations righteously criticized the Association and listed the rules that the Association had violated. They then emphasized that the nature of the Beyond Grade A Association was a civilian organization and was not protected by a series of galactic civilization agreements, such as the Peace Treaty. They did not have the jurisdiction, political rights, and a series of other rights of civilization. Then, the 3 universal civilizations announced that from this moment onward, the Beyond Grade A Association would be included in the Unreliable Civilian Organizations list and the Bad Armed Organizations list. These 2 lists were specially set up for organizations with questionable business natures. Although it was not as serious as a wanted order, as long as they were on the list, their various rights in the Galactic Society would be greatly affected. They would receive the same treatment as credit lapses and deadbeats, receiving different degrees of sanctions. As for the Beyond Grade A Association, the sanctions included politics, economics, armed forces, and many other fields. In terms of politics, most Beyond Grade As would take care of their mother civilization, and this decree required the Beyond Grade A organizations to not continue interfering in the politics of multiple civilizations. Otherwise, the relevant civilizations would have their political rights downgraded. There was also a list of organizations to pay attention to, and the Blue Star civilization was the first to bear the brunt. As for the Beyond Grade A organizations that were civilizations to begin with, they had to be investigated. It was stated that if the Beyond Grade A leaders had a cooperative relationship with some unreliable organizations, their political rights would also be downgraded. Cisco's Star Pupil civilization was an example. In terms of economics, the terms were much more complicated and took up half of the content, covering all aspects. First, there was a notice to the various regional civilizations, requesting them to cooperate with the decree and stop all forms of cooperation with the Beyond Grade A organizations. They were not allowed to provide public services, such as stargates and transportation, to the Beyond Grade A organizations. They were not allowed to sell any resources to the Beyond Grade A organizations. At the same time, they had to cooperate with the decree and conduct multiple inspections of the assets left by the Beyond Grade A organizations in the territory of the civilization. Otherwise, they would be interviewed one by one. As for the civilians, any financial groups or enterprises that maintain business dealings with the Beyond Grade A Association would have their credit rating lowered in the Galactic Bank, and those that refused to change would be included in the list of dishonest enterprises. Only by terminating the cooperative relationship would they be able to apply to start the review process, restore their credit, and even obtain certain subsidies. Furthermore, the three universal civilizations would ensure that these enterprises would not be threatened by the beyond grade A organizations afterward. They would also provide legal assistance in terms of violating business contracts and try not to pay compensation to the beyond grade A organizations. At the same time, the credit rating of all the funds under the beyond grade A organizations would be lowered, and every transfer of funds would be subject to review and supervision. In terms of the scale of their armed forces, the three universal civilizations believed that the beyond grade A association, as a civilian organization, was too large and had already threatened the stability of the galactic society. They had violated the agreement on the scale of civilian organizations and had to be disbanded. Before the disbandment was completed, all the members under the beyond grade A organizations, not limited to supers, would receive the treatment of having their credit rating lowered at the same time. This included, but was not limited to, not being able to pass the Stargate review, not being allowed to stop at the transit stations of certain civilizations, not being allowed to cross the borders of certain civilizations, not being allowed to transfer a fund from certain accounts, and so on. Other than that, there were many other miscellaneous terms. The three universal civilizations had even attacked their allies this time. However, since more and more of their allies did not listen to the decree, this was not an unexpected situation. At the end of the document, the three universal civilizations stated that the above terms were only targeted at the members of the Beyond Grade A Association and did not involve neutral Beyond Grade as long as they left the association and were reviewed again, their treatment would be restored to normal. As for the ordinary supers, if they were willing to join the three universal civilizations or other civilizations, not only would their credit be restored, but they would also receive more benefits and subsidies. After reading the entire document, Han Xiao only had one opinion about this decree: tyrannical. TSK, the three universal civilizations are really ruthless. Han Xiao shook his head. These terms did not beat around the bush. They simply used their power to force the Galactic Society to block the association and restrict its development. It did not affect the Beyond Grade as much, but it was extremely destructive to the organizations. The three universal civilizations approach could be summarized as ball license, side license, as well as the organizers and co-organizers. All the units are my people. How are you going to fight me? I made this assumption many years ago. It still came true. Han Xiao was already mentally prepared, so he was not surprised. Furthermore, since the three universal civilizations dared to make such a clause, they naturally had the confidence to carry it out. Even when facing the Supercluster Alliance, the three universal civilizations had never used such a ruthless method. After all, the Supercluster civilizations enjoyed a series of civilization protection agreements, such as the Peace Treaty. Once the three universal civilizations violated these rules, they would be asking for trouble. However, at the beginning of the document, the three universal civilizations made it clear that the Beyond Grade A Association was a civilian organization. It had no authority and was not protected by the various civilization protection agreements. The nature of the matter was thus set, and their methods did not cross the line. Since the development of the Galactic Society, the three universal civilizations had long possessed financial, political, technological, and military hegemony. Their influence radiated in all aspects, and they were deeply involved with the civilizations at all levels. The civilizations at all levels could choose not to give them face, but they had to consider the consequences. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm was the rational tendency of most civilizations. Han Xiao could foresee that there would definitely be many civilizations who would respond to this decree. As for the civilian organizations and the general public, those who dared to go against the rulers of the universe were naturally the minority. The three universal civilizations' attitude was enough to scare many people away. After all, most people were only doing it for a good job. If they became marginalized people of the Galactic Society because of this, it would not be worth it. Han Xiao pondered. After hesitating for a year, the three universal civilizations still decided to bring the conflict to the surface. I wonder if this was influenced by the players. Starting from this decree, the three universal civilizations have finally openly fallen out with us. The three universal civilizations' sanctions were within his expectations. However, even if he had guessed it in advance, he did not have a good way to resolve it. The full-scale suppression of the three universal civilizations was not so easy to resolve. However, over the years, he had been working hard to improve the independence of the association's interests. In order to deal with such risks, he had secretly made a lot of preparations, so he was not caught off guard. Beep beep. At this moment, his communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao opened it and saw that it was a call from Bennett. The communication went through, and as soon as Bennett's projection appeared, he could not wait to ask. Black Star, have you seen the sanctions jointly issued by the three universal civilizations? Yes. Han Xiao nodded. As he spoke, he sized up Bennett. Ever since he received a wave of vitality, Bennett's lifespan had been extended by a lot. After a few decades, he was still alive, and his body was still quite strong. Every year, when Han Xiao thought that this guy was going to die of old age, Bennett would always jump out and shout, "I'm not dead." At this rate, Nero would probably put on a show of there's no crown prince in the world for 100 years. What do you plan to do? Bennett was worried. Nothing. Han Xiao spread his hands, raised his brows, and said, "However, the Blue Star civilization is also within the sanctions. What do you think?" Bennett clenched his teeth and said with a deep voice, "After some time, Blue Star will withdraw from the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference in protest, saying that they will not accept this sanction. You want to walk the path with me to the end?" Han Xiao smiled. Bennett said with a serious face, "Although Blue Star is still very weak, we have our dignity. We will not deny the great people in the history of our civilization because of such an unreasonable request." Han Xiao was somewhat relieved, and he slowly said, "That's very thoughtful of you. If you do this, Blue Star's short-term development will suffer a huge setback. However, with my protection, there won't be any danger. What we lose now, we can earn back in the future. That's enough. You know that I've always believed in you." Bennett nodded, deactivated the projection, and ended the communication. Han Xiao exhaled, thought for a while, and contacted Kasui. Very soon, Kasui's figure appeared on the screen with a serious expression. "Black Star, I've seen the news. Do you have a plan?" Han Xiao stroked his chin and slowly said, "Since the three universal civilizations have done this, we can't be polite. Let's call an emergency meeting. I have 2 things to announce." "Which 2 things?" "First, from now on, the association will not accept any form of help from the three universal civilizations. Second, stop the subsidies for the direct beyond grade as of the civilizations in the association, freeze their membership rights, and temporarily deprive them of the right to participate in the regular meeting. Tell the outside world that unless the three universal civilizations revoke the sanctions, this situation will continue." Kasui frowned. "This won't hurt the three universal civilizations at all. At most, we'll express our attitude of not backing down. That's enough. If the sanctions could be resolved so easily, the three universal civilizations would have ruled the universe for so many years for nothing." Han Xiao did not mind. Cooperating with the civilizations has always been an important business for many beyond grade as. Now that this channel is broken, the only large channel for the association to obtain resources is the galactic black market. The three universal civilizations will definitely focus on this area, and there will be a lot of friction. As he spoke, Han Xiao paused. "Also, we might have to contact the Supercluster Alliance. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits." He did not want to help the Supercluster civilizations rebel, but it was not impossible to consider a simple transaction. His goal was only to control the intensity of the calamity of the supers and stabilize the situation as much as possible. However, he also knew that it was impossible to be peaceful all the time. The three universal civilizations would not give up on probing, and the balance would always be swaying. Even if he was someone who sought stability, he had to bare his fangs and brandish his claws. Chapter 1296. Within a few days, the sanctions issued by the three universal civilizations directly ignited public opinion in the entire galactic society. Be it ordinary people or supers, civilization organizations, or civilian organizations, they were all in an uproar. The Beyond Grade A Association had partners in every field. This sanctions order had too many implications, almost involving all aspects of the galactic society. Rashly terminating the cooperation with the entire Beyond Grade A Association would affect the operation of the entire explored universe. The three universal civilizations had ruled for many years, and as the guardians of order, it was inevitable that they would gradually become corrupt and conservative. Many people's fear of the three universal civilizations came from their ruling status and huge forces, but they gradually forgot the fierceness of the three universal civilizations. This decree awakened the memories of many civilizations buried in history, remembering the bloody history of the three universal civilizations. In the eyes of many civilizations, the three universal civilizations seemed to be wiping away the rust on their bodies, slowly regaining the viciousness they had during their rise. Many people were secretly worried, not knowing how much of their sharpness the three universal civilizations would be able to regain. On the quantum network, the public opinion was the most explosive. The supers were in an uproar, expressing extreme indignation toward this decree. They felt that the three universal civilizations' excuse for sanctions was bullsh*t. In their eyes, the association had not done anything unforgivable until now. The three universal civilizations' motive was nothing more than their overbearing desire to control. This made countless supers feel extremely disgusted, thinking that this was an infringement on the freedom of all supers. For a time, the association's voice among the supers rose again. Countless supers supported the association, thinking that this was an unfair sanction. The public opinion continued to soar. However, it was unrealistic to say that the three universal civilizations' methods were ineffective. The support of the supers was basically limited to slogans. No one wanted to take risks. Seeing the three universal civilizations' attitude towards sanctions was so firm, some supers who originally wanted to join the association were scared away by the terms of the sanctions order. It was human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. One could be shameless on the internet, but one's body was still very honest. However, this method had no effect on the players. Instead, it caused widespread dissatisfaction. Not only were the players of the Beyond Grade A organizations annoyed, but even some players from the neutral faction and even the three universal civilizations' own faction were annoyed. To the players, they could work for others and do missions, but they could not be forced. The three universal civilizations' actions of forcing them to take sides stimulated the reverse psychology of some players. So what if you're from the three universal civilizations? Why don't you take a look at this version? Do you think we're all afraid of you? The players themselves were a part of the superclass and were naturally close to the association. This punishment indirectly strengthened the determination of some players to join the association, increasing the speed at which the players of various organizations switched to the association. After all, they were not afraid of death. They would just have to face it head-on. While public opinion was going wild, the Beyond Grade A Association held an emergency meeting under Han Zhao's call. Finn Planet, Association Great Hall. This time, no one was late. The projections of many Beyond Grade as were already present, sitting upright with solemn expressions. However, not everyone was present. Some of the seats around the round table that should have been occupied were currently empty. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Han Zhao. Han Zhao looked around the room, put his hands on his nose, and faced everyone's gazes. I'm sure all of you know why I called for this meeting. The three universal civilizations have announced sanctions against us, so we have to return the favor and retaliate. As he spoke, he pointed at the empty seat and calmly said, "You've all seen it. The direct members of the three universal civilizations did not attend the meeting. I've temporarily terminated their membership rights. At the same time, we will no longer provide any form of help to the three universal civilizations, including but not limited to beyond grade military support and technical support. If you have any objections, you can stand up now. As soon as he said that, the room was immediately filled with seconded voices. The key to these two orders was to obtain the consent of the beyond grade A allies of the three universal civilizations. After all, the allies were not direct members, and not everyone had a bad relationship with the civilizations. However, the three universal civilizations did not give them any leeway this time, and even treated their allies as targets to force them out of the association. Most of the allies were dissatisfied. Only a few of them were hesitant because of different concerns. However, before the situation became clear, they could not immediately withdraw from the association to avoid the sanctions because they were already in a difficult position. If they did not advance or retreat with the association, they would not be able to survive in the beyond grade A circle in the future. Furthermore, the attitude of the three universal civilizations toward the beyond grade as was not worthy of their high hopes. Furthermore, the Sanctum revival involved a second life. In their eyes, they were naturally more important than external forces. The core of most beyond grade A organizations was the strength of their leader. As long as their fist was still there, even if their organization was attacked in all kinds of ways, they could still make a comeback at any time. They were all people who relied on their abilities to make a living, so they did not panic. Most of them knew that the goal of unity was for the sake of class interests. The three universal civilizations had already revealed their strength. If they did not unite to fight against them now, they might not have a chance in the future. Temporary gains and losses were not important at the moment. Only those who were extremely short-sighted would think of leaving the association to protect themselves. Now, the association had already played the role that they had originally envisioned, becoming the link of the beyond grade A united front. Even if some people had different thoughts, they could only stand on the association side for the time being and unite closely beside Han Shao. Since everyone agrees, these two orders will be implemented until the three universal civilizations revoke the sanctions. Han Shao narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he had long wanted to get rid of the direct members of the three universal civilizations, but he never had a good opportunity. Now, they had given him an excuse. Milizao stroked his beard and said with a deep voice, "No matter what, the sanctions are a problem for us. Black Star, what do you plan to do next?" Han Shao tapped the table and slowly said, "Channels, territory, manpower, funds. These are the entry points of the three universal civilizations to suppress us. Resisting the pressure will be the focus of the next step. It is imperative to shrink our business and streamline our scale. Among them, the biggest hit will be the channels. This sanctions has almost taken away our normal trading rights, and we can't buy resources even if we have money. Therefore, the galactic black market is an important area for us to set up. Secret Master, this will require your help." Secret Master nodded slowly. The managers behind the scenes of the galactic black market were all beyond grade as. In the future, the galactic black market would probably serve as the logistics core of the association. There would definitely be a new round of expansion and consolidation of the black market in the entire universe, which would have both advantages and disadvantages for Secret Master and the other managers of the black market. Han Shao paused for a moment before continuing. Also, not everyone in the universe will carry out the sanctions. These organizations are also the ones we should cooperate with. For example, the supercluster? Someone asked tentatively. Han Shao glanced at him, smiled, and said, "If the chips are right, the supercluster is also a choice." Hearing this, the eyes of some of the supercluster beyond grade as who were disguised as neutral sparkled, and they were secretly overjoyed. This time, Kasi pondered and said, "The supercluster, it's fine if they cause trouble, but will they be willing to cooperate with us? That will depend on whether both sides can come up with a bargaining chip that both sides are satisfied with. Furthermore, from our standpoint, the Superstar Cluster Alliance also needs us to fight against the three universal civilizations. Although the relationship between the two sides can't be considered to be one of mutual dependence, we're both taking what we need." This time, Manison snorted and said, I have cooperated with the Supercluster Alliance before, and the reaction of the three universal civilizations was not small. If we reach a deal with the Supercluster, the three universal civilizations will definitely be greatly affected, and it won't end so easily. Han Xiao turned around, raised his brows, and said, Are you afraid? Humph! What do I have to be afraid of? Manison did not think much of it. I'm reminding you of the consequences of this. Han Xiao waved his hands and said, It's fine. Since the three universal civilizations have publicly sanctioned us, they must have assumed the result of us contacting the supercluster. However, they did not care about this, which means that they are mentally prepared. They might even have the idea of getting rid of us in one fell swoop. But even so, we still have to contact the Supercluster Alliance and let the three universal civilizations know that we are not so easy to deal with. I thought you would always be loyal to the three universal civilizations. Manison snorted, still remembering the grudge from the Intelligent Plague incident. I'm only maintaining order. I've never had any loyalty to the three universal civilizations. As long as I can maintain order, it doesn't matter who comes, Han Xiao said casually. Manison said calmly, You make it sound nice, but aren't you walking on my path now? Looks like I was right in the end. Han Xiao did not mind, smiled, and said, You used the safety of the Galactic Society to threaten us, and I only made the rulers fear our strength. The two are different in nature. I'm much better than you. Humph, all excuses. Manison looked away and did not speak anymore. Things had already developed to this point. The virtual mutiny virus that had been imitated for many years would probably not be of any use. Manison could not help but feel that it was a pity. However, the way he saw it, this was a layer of secret insurance. If the association really could not withstand the pressure of the three universal civilizations, he would not mind using this trump card to cover for the association and turn it into the situation he had originally envisioned. Han Xiao did not care about Manison and explained the next action plan in detail. Now, the association needed everyone to work together and not fight on their own. With his current authority, everyone would listen to him obediently. In the end, Han Xiao paused and said, If we want to resolve this issue, the three universal civilizations will have to resolve it. If we want to resolve the situation, we can either get the three universal civilizations to revoke the sanctions on their own, or the association will open up a new form of development. Our two paths will go hand in hand. However, actions are actions, and we must control well. Don't implicate too many innocent people. The purpose of the counterattack is to make the three universal civilizations feel troubled, not to intensify the conflict and try to avoid a direct armed conflict. The three universal civilizations are pressuring us to force us onto the wrong path. If we pose a huge threat to the Galactic Society, it will be even more justifiable for them. So don't get ahead of yourself. Everyone nodded. They also understood this logic. It was normal to fight, but if the bottom line was crossed, even if it was reasonable, it would become unreasonable. This meeting lasted for half a day, and the members all took their own responsibilities. The association was originally a loose alliance, but now it felt more and more like a whole. After the meeting ended, the projections disappeared one by one, leaving only Han Xiao and Kasui in the room. Kasui's tensed expression relaxed, and he smiled. When are you going to have a showdown with the three universal civilizations? They seem to have completely believed that the Sanctum Revival can only be used once. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so radical. He was more confident in this battle than anyone else. With the secret of the unlimited Sanctum Revival, he was not afraid of the three universal civilizations' little trick of sanctions. At the same time, Kasui also felt that Han Xiao was right to hide this secret. Otherwise, the three universal civilizations would not have used such a radical method of probing. In his opinion, this could lure the three universal civilizations into making the wrong decision. No rush. Wait for the right time. Han Xiao waved his hand. You know what you're doing anyway. I believe you. Kasui nodded and deactivated the projection. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled, his eyes flashing. I guess those supercluster beyond grade, as who are pretending to be neutral, have already brought my intentions to the supercluster alliance. On the other side, in the supercluster alliance, many civilization leaders gathered to listen to the report. Are you sure? Black Star said he wants to contact us. Many supercluster civilization leaders were overjoyed and secretly excited. The association is in a difficult situation now and urgently needs a new channel. It also has to fight back against the three universal civilizations, so cooperating with us is naturally a very good choice. The Star Arc civilization leader spoke with a deep voice, his eyes shining. Although they had some conflicts with Black Star in the past and did not see eye to eye with each other, that was then and this was now. If they could obtain the help of the Beyond Grade A Association through Black Star, this small grudge was nothing. The stronger the Beyond Grade A Association was, the more uncomfortable the three universal civilizations would feel. The Supercluster Alliance was most willing to see a new variable appear in the universe. As for offending the three universal civilizations by violating the sanctions, the Supercluster Alliance did not care at all. The two sides were like fire and water. Even without this reason, the three universal civilizations would suppress them every day. However, the association only turned to cooperate with them now. It was like quarreling with their real boyfriend, the three universal civilizations, and then turning to date the spare tire of the supercluster. Thinking of this, many supercluster leaders felt a little uncomfortable. However, it didn't take long for everyone to feel relieved. Forget it. As long as I can get close to her, I'll be the spare tire. We're happy anyway. Chapter 1297. In the venue of the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference, the dome was still a miniature version of the moving starry sky. The round hall was filled with the representatives of the various civilizations in the star field. The conference had been going on for quite some time. Regarding the three universal civilizations decree, that's all there is to it. In response to this joint decree, I suggest that the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference supervise the implementation of the decree in the star field and ensure that the various civilizations completely terminate their cooperation with the various organizations under the Beyond Grade A Association. A star cluster civilization representative sitting on the host seat read out the proposal and threw the question out. He then looked around and asked with a deep voice, "This is the situation. That's the situation. Does anyone have any objections?" The moment he said that, the hall fell silent, and the various representatives had complicated expressions. The Black Star Corps' influence in the Shattered Star Ring was too great. This star field was almost like the Army's backyard. More than 80% of the civilizations present had various areas of cooperation with the Black Star Corps, and they had always cooperated happily. This decree was too much for them. However, they did not dare go against the three universal civilizations. In terms of benefits, they were even more intertwined with the three universal civilizations. The seven-star cluster civilizations in power in the Shattered Star Ring had all taken a stand and expressed their support for the decision of the three universal civilizations. No one knew what kind of agreement they had with the three universal civilizations, but there was nothing they could do even if they were unwilling. Agreed. Seconded. Everyone was silent for a while before speaking one after another. Many of them looked in the direction of the Blue Star civilization with complicated expressions. Some sighed, some felt pity, and some felt joy in their misfortune. The entry requirement for the Civilization Conference was to be a star system civilization, but Planet Aquamarine was an exception. It was only because of Black Star that they were able to enter the conference as a surface civilization. When a Beyond Grade A reached the top, everyone around them would follow suit. For a long time, many civilizations had been envious of the Planet Aquamarine civilization. They could not produce a single Beyond Grade A, but the Planet Aquamarine had produced 3 Beyond Grade As at once. They were so lucky that everyone would crazily eat lemons every day. With the advancement of Hela and Aurora, the status of the Blue Star civilization had been rising in recent years. Even though the civilization was weak, their status in the association was extremely high. Basically, all the civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring usually took care of the Blue Star civilization out of respect for the Black Star Core. Without the protection of Black Star, the Blue Star civilization was nothing in their eyes. Now that Black Star had fallen out of favor, many people present wanted to see Blue Star make a fool of himself. Very quickly, all the civilizations present expressed their agreement or abstention. Only the Blue Star civilization and the Star Pupil civilization did not express their opinion. This time, a Star Cluster level director said calmly, "The representatives of the Blue Star civilization and the Star Pupil civilization are the only ones left." The representative of the Star Pupil civilization had a conflicted expression. After a few seconds, he replied with a low voice, "We abstain." Everyone could not help but glance at him, and a look of surprise flashed across their faces. However, they immediately understood the reason behind it and revealed looks of understanding. Only the Blue Star civilization did not express their opinion. Everyone's eyes were focused on Bennett. "Blue Star civilization, what about you?" the Star Cluster level director asked again. Bennett took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and said solemnly, "We strongly oppose this unfair rule. We strongly object to this unfair sanction order and will not accept unfounded accusations and slander. From now on, Planet Aquamarine will withdraw from the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference." His tone was firm, without any hesitation. As soon as he said that, the civilizations present were in an uproar. They looked at the expressionless Bennett with shock and doubt. They had thought that the Blue Star civilization would take a more roundabout approach. They did not expect them to be so firm, withdrawing from the association without a second word. "Are you sure?" the Amethyst Civilization Director could not help but ask. "Black Star is one of the greatest figures in the history of the Blue Star civilization. We will not allow anyone or any organization to maliciously slander him. Even the three universal civilizations should not casually slander the great figures of other civilizations." Bennett's tone was firm. Then, he deactivated the remote projection and disappeared from the venue. He used his actions to show that he would not allow anyone to change his attitude. Seeing this, the various representatives looked at each other with complicated expressions. They did not expect the Blue Star civilization to stand by Black Star civilization's side so resolutely, going against the dissatisfaction of the three universal civilizations. In fact, the way they saw it, the Blue Star civilization had a better way to deal with this matter, and they believed that Black Star civilization would understand. However, he had to take such a firm attitude and openly challenge the three universal civilizations. He would probably be treated as a typical example. Many representatives shook their heads and sighed. They could not help but look at the representative of the Star Pupil civilization. In their eyes, the Star Pupil civilization was the smart one. However, in their hearts, they were dissatisfied with the three universal civilizations. Seeing someone stand up for them, they were actually quite impressed. Almost every civilization present wanted to openly oppose the tyrannical policies of the three universal civilizations. But unfortunately, they did not have the confidence to do so. In a place where no one could see, the Star Pupil civilization looked at Bennett's empty seat and silently clenched their fists. A look of shame flashed in their eyes. Blue Star Government Building, Leader's Office. Bennett opened his eyes and looked back at the room. A group of upper echelons had been waiting there, staring at him, waiting for his orders. Bennett sighed softly and said with a deep voice, "We have left the Shattered Civilization. We have withdrawn from the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference and announced our decision to the entire civilization." Understood. The upper echelons did not say anything. They accepted the order and left the room one after another. Not long after, this matter spread throughout the entire civilization through Blue Star's official media and online channels. Bennett had been in his office the whole time. After watching the news, he took out his communicator and logged onto the internet to check the public's attitude toward this matter. Very soon, comments appeared one after another. "Well done. I've been unhappy with the three universal civilizations for a long time. How dare they defame our great man? What a bunch of bastards. I support the decision of the federal government. The three universal civilizations are clearly bullying us. Do they think we're scared? Looking at the comments of the citizens filled with righteous indignation, a smile appeared on Bennett's old face. Hopefully, this is the right choice. On the mother planet of the star pupil civilization, Cisco stood in front of the window and looked down at the bustling city. The flaming streams of light from the flying vehicles also flashed across his 7 eyes at the same time, like countless flashing meteors. This time, a few upper echelons walked into the office. "Is everything done?" Cisco asked without turning his head. We've already expressed our attitude in the Senate." The few of them responded softly, seeming to be quite disappointed. Cisco turned around and slowly said, "Prepare for my resignation ceremony as soon as possible." Hearing this, the expressions of the upper echelons became heavier and heavier, with a sense of helplessness and sorrow. Seeing this, Cisco smiled. "You're going to take over my authority very soon. Don't be so down." One of the upper echelons could not help but ask, "Do we have to do this? Can't we oppose the sanctions like Blue Star did?" Hearing this, Cisco was silent for a moment. "I'm not Black Star. He alone can make the three universal civilizations fear him. I don't have that ability." Cisco did not feel good. He shook his head lightly, looked out of the window again, and said softly, "The civilization of the civilization wants to escape. I can only step down. At the end of the day, we're all people who have no choice in the current of the times." In the sanctions of the three universal civilizations, it was specifically stated that beyond grade as could not interfere in the politics of the civilization in any way. Even if they had always been the leader of the civilization, they would still be investigated. Cisco valued the sanctum revival, but he could not sit back and watch the star pupil civilization be sanctioned. Therefore, he decided to hand over his authority and step down. As the saying went, there were policies at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. As long as he cut off the political connection between himself and the civilization, the star pupil civilization would not meet the sanction standards, and their political rights would not be downgraded. After becoming a free man, he could also throw himself into the struggle of the beyond grade as alone. At the same time, Cisco did not completely give up. Stepping down was only temporary to avoid the limelight. If one day the association and the three universal civilizations reached a balance, he would still have a chance to return and regain power. Furthermore, after leading the civilization for so long, he also wanted to let go for a while. Understood. The upper echelons nodded helplessly. This time, one of them thought of something and asked, "By the way, the Shattered Star Ring Council has passed a motion to cooperate with the sanctions. What should we do?" Cisco's eyes flashed, and his tone was playful. "Do as you see fit. I'll only remind you not to take it too seriously. The civilizations of the Shattered Star Ring may cooperate, but no one will do their best. They're all smart people. They can't afford to offend the three universal civilizations, but can they afford to offend the Beyond Grade A Association? Don't go overboard so that we can meet again in the future. Don't worry, these civilizations are smart." In the Supercluster Alliance's joint conference room, the leaders of the various supercluster civilizations were gathered in the same room. Everyone's expression was extremely serious, showing a dignified bearing. Everyone was so serious because they were waiting for a distinguished guest to arrive. It was Han Xiao. A few days ago, after learning of the association's attitude, the Supercluster Alliance had sent out a private invitation to Black Star to meet with them. They had received a positive reply from the other party, and the date was set to be today. For today's meeting, the leaders of the various supercluster civilizations had already done a rehearsal. On one hand, they wanted to show their sincerity in cooperating and treat it seriously. On the other hand, they did not want to lose face because of their past grudges, so they wanted to show the magnanimity of a supercluster. To put it simply, they wanted to show off and bootlick at the same time. This was all because of the burden of being an idol. Time passed minute by minute. Suddenly, Han Zhao's remote projection appeared in the room. Han Xiao looked around and greeted. "Yo, you're all here? Your Excellency Black Star. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. This should be the first time all the upper echelons of the Supercluster Alliance were talking to Black Star face to face. No matter what emotions they had, the leaders of the civilizations present suppressed them. In fact, most of the Supercluster civilizations' grudges with Han Shao were limited to the friction during the Flickering War. They did not have a deep grudge against him, so most of them were still emotionally stable. Only the Modo Three Kings clenched their fists tightly. Their limbs were cold, and they were trembling in anger. They had the most grudges with Han Shao. They were kicked out of the Flickering War by the other party, and one of their leaders was suspected to have died in the assassination of the Black Star Corps. Even their universal treasure, the Soul Swapper, fell into the other party's hands. It was a bloody history of Modo. If not for the big picture, the Modo Three Kings would have pounced on Han Shao and choked him to death. Han Shao glanced at them and slowly said, "I've been a little busy recently. I believe everyone understands, so I'll make it short. I also understand why you invited me to meet. From your standpoint, you also hope to have an organization that can fight against the three universal civilizations. Now that the three universal civilizations have turned against us, the association needs new friends. As long as the price is right, there won't be a problem for us to work together." Very good. That's exactly what we want. The Star Arc civilization's leader coughed and expressed his opinion as a representative. What do you want? Channels, territory, resources, funds, intelligence network. Han Shao listed out the things that the association urgently needed at the moment and also added in some rare materials for different Sanctum key formulas. The Star Arc civilization's leader discussed with the others for a while, then nodded. We can provide all these things, and the share will meet your requirements. Long-term supply is not a problem. To show our sincerity, we'll let you see the real thing as soon as possible. Then what are your conditions? Han Zhao's tone was calm. First, we hope that the association will continue to fight against the three universal civilizations and fight back more. The Star Arc civilization's leader stretched out his finger. Okay. Second, we hope to receive the assistance of the association's high-end forces from time to time, including military force and technology. Okay. Third, we hope that the association will also take out its own channels and specialties to connect with the Supercluster Alliance and cooperate more closely. Okay. Finally, we hope that you can use the Sanctum Revival to revive all our dead direct beyond grade, especially the victims of the tragedy of the Pinnacles. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes became even more fervent as they stared at Han Shao. The last condition was their most important requirement. As long as they could revive their direct descendants in history, the Supercluster Alliance would be able to suppress the three universal civilizations in terms of high-end combatants. Furthermore, the tragedy of the Pinnacles was their eternal pain. If it could be remedied, it would all be worth it. Han Shao was not surprised at all. He glanced at everyone and smiled playfully. A cold light seemed to flash in his eyes. The three universal civilizations once proposed the same condition, but I rejected it. However, that was then and this is now. It's not that I can't consider it now. It's just that the chips you've taken out don't seem to be enough. Chapter 1298. Hearing this, the eyes of the leaders of the supercluster present lit up. When they proposed this condition, they were actually a little nervous. They were worried that Black Star would reject them, because the three universal civilizations must have made similar requests. Now that they had sanctioned the association, it meant that Black Star did not agree to the three universal civilizations. His motive was probably because he did not want to help the enemy. To be fair, if they were in Black Star's position, they would also firmly control the Sanctum Revival slots and not easily revive the direct members of the other factions. Therefore, they were not confident that Black Star would agree. Now that they heard Han Zhao's answer, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. It did not matter if the chips were too little, as long as there was room for negotiation. These can be negotiated. What are your conditions? The leader of the Star Arc civilization asked. Han Shao stroked his chin and slowly said, "A beyond grade, it can only accept the Sanctum Revival once in their lifetime. This is a one-time deal, so every slot is worth a lot. Do you agree? Everyone nodded in agreement. Han Xiao secretly smiled and said casually, "Don't expect me to not be able to revive all of you. Therefore, don't expect me to revive all direct descendants at once. I will only do it in batches, and there will be a fixed number of people in each batch. As for who will be revived, it will depend on which civilization can offer me something that can move me. First come, first served. Of course, my needs are different at every stage. Perhaps the further I go, the fewer things that can move me, so I will have to pay more." The expressions of the leaders froze. This was clearly an exorbitant price. Although they were allies, every civilization wanted to revive their own direct members. Black Star's move was undoubtedly to make them bid. This could be considered a simple scheme. Either they did not bid to revive their own direct members, or they were willing to fight. This was how monopoly business worked. However, the leaders of the supercluster present were mentally prepared for this, so they were not surprised, but they could not help but feel a little pained. "Then what exactly do you want?" Han Xiao casually pinched his fingers and smiled. "High-level blueprints, unique technology, universal treasures, rare resources. That's it. As for the standard, you can weigh it yourselves. After all, I don't know what good things you have. I don't care how you guys discuss among yourselves, but don't try to play tricks. There's no such thing as the highest bidder winning. You have to satisfy me first. Of course, I also welcome people to find me and make a private bid. I still have some integrity and will not easily reveal your bids. In short, it depends on how much you are willing to pay." Hearing this, the leader of the Star Arc civilization exchanged glances with everyone. Then, he took a deep breath and nodded on behalf of everyone. "All right, we accept this condition. Then I'm very happy to have reached a consensus with all of you. I look forward to working with all of you in the future. I hope to see substantial support from all of you for the association as soon as possible." Han Xiao smiled and said a few pleasantries. After confirming that the discussion was over, he deactivated the remote projection and disappeared from the room. Seeing that Black Star had left, the leaders of the supercluster relaxed, feeling rather helpless. Black Star's appetite is quite big. He's raising the price on the spot. What can we do? The Sanctum Revival is unique. Let's discuss what chips we should take out first. Everyone had different feelings. Currently, they could only follow the other party's rules. They did not dare to play tricks. It was not easy to open this channel. If they caused trouble purely to reduce costs and accidentally offended Black Star, causing the opportunity to revive the Sanctum Revival to slip away, it would be a big loss for a small gain. Universal treasures, unique blueprints. Although it pained them to take out these things, they were still able to afford it. They planned to discuss who would revive first and who would revive later. They did not want to blindly bid and hurt the harmony. At the same time, Han Xiao deactivated the communication and returned to his office. His eyes flickered. I wonder how many good things I can get this time. Although the Supercluster Alliance is a bit of a scam, they have a lot of treasures in their inventory. Han Xiao picked up a fruit candy from the snack jar on the table and popped it into his mouth. His mouth and heart were filled with sweetness. Back then, he had thought that trading with these organizations that had the need to revive others was the right way to maximize the benefits of the Sanctum Revival. Previously, in order to maintain the mystery and stabilize the situation, he did not do this business. Now that the situation had changed, he planned to adapt to the changes and adjust his strategy. The Sanctum Revival was a rare commodity, and Han Xiao was not worried that the supercluster would not agree. To him, this was actually a wave of empty promises. He would continue to pretend that there was only one chance for the Sanctum Revival, raise the price, and trick the supercluster into taking out some gold blueprints and universal treasures to exchange for the precious one-time slot. As for how and when to revive, these were not up to him. Just saying the time is not right could easily block the supercluster's dissatisfaction. These leaks had no other choice but to wait. However, Han Xiao was not completely extorting them. It was not impossible to revive a small portion of the supercluster's direct descendants. This move could let the Supercluster Alliance taste the benefits and deepen their cooperation. It could also make the three universal civilizations angry, causing the two sides to go against each other. Furthermore, as long as the number of revivals was not high, the situation would still be under the control of the Association and the Holy Covenant. After all, the supercluster was different from the three universal civilizations. The more experts the three universal civilizations had, the more they would definitely want to monopolize. However, the more high-end combatants the supercluster had, the more they would not be able to carry out the elimination plan. Instead, they could pressure the three universal civilizations and restrain them, which was indirectly beneficial to the Association's career. Therefore, Han Xiao would only do this deal with the supercluster and not the three universal civilizations. Otherwise, it would be helping the enemy, and it would also make the three universal civilizations feel that the sanctions were very effective, successfully forcing the Association to admit defeat. However, if a World Tree War broke out, it would be a different situation. If the situation was not good, Han Xiao would not mind reviving a large number of combatants to deal with the invasion of the World Tree civilization. The main thing was to act according to the situation and adjust his strategy flexibly. Just as he was deep in thought, Philip popped up from the table and held up a virtual screen that was several times larger than his body with both hands. He said in a childish voice, "Master, Master, many civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring have sent communication requests. Do you want to accept them?" Han Xiao came back to his senses, looked at the caller ID on the screen, and curled his lips. These be asterisk stars. They don't dare offend the three universal civilizations, but they don't want to offend me, so they came to apologize and explain. Let's see what kind of flattery they have. Han Xiao took a look, chose the Amethyst civilization, whom he had worked with for many years, and answered the other party's call. The diplomatic representative of the Amethyst civilization appeared on the screen, bowed respectfully, and said, "Greetings, Your Excellency Black Star." Han Xiao waved his hand, interrupted the other party, and said, "Just get to the point. I've been a little busy recently." Okay. I'm here on behalf of the Amethyst civilization to apologize to you." The representative of the Amethyst civilization glanced at Han Xiao's calm expression and said carefully, "Regarding the sanctions of the three universal civilizations, the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference has already passed the bill. We have no choice but to cooperate. All along, the Amethyst civilization has worked well with you, but the situation is a little serious now. I hope you can understand us. So, you want to end all cooperation with me?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Ahem. Please believe that this is only temporary. You know us too. If possible, we hope to continue working with the Black Star Corps, but the three universal civilizations' attitude is very tough now. We're just avoiding the limelight. When the problem is solved, we'll immediately resume our cooperation and give you some compensation. As for the terms of the sanctions, you don't have to worry too much. We'll be flexible and not make things difficult for you." The words of the representative of the Amethyst civilization were sincere, emphasizing their helplessness. Han Xiao did not think much of it, but he did not refute it. He expressed his understanding verbally and even comforted the other party. Then, he picked up the calls from the other Shattered Star Ring civilizations one by one, and they all had the same attitude. They all came to apologize, saying that they had no choice but to cooperate with the sanctions and hope to gain his understanding. After hanging up the last call, Han Xiao curled his lips. Humph! A bunch of people who changed their sails according to the wind. When they wanted benefits, they sought cooperation with the army. Now that they were under pressure, they kicked the army aside and even targeted them. It was a classic example of burning the bridge after crossing the river. Of course, these civilizations had to take care of themselves, so there was no reason for them to support the association. Han Xiao definitely understood, but there was no need for him to forgive them. There was no reason for him to forgive them just because they were in trouble. These civilizations thought that the three universal civilizations' rule over the galactic society was still stable, so they would rather offend the Black Star Corps than be marked by the three universal civilizations. To the civilizations, it was very easy to choose between the Black Star Corps and the three universal civilizations. Therefore, Han Xiao could not be bothered to force these civilizations to choose a side, or else they would only fall out with him. It was better to maintain the current relationship and make them feel like they owed him. Although it might not be useful, it was better than falling out with him. He chewed the candy in his mouth and chuckled. After solving the sanctions of the 3 universal civilizations, I'll make you bleed. Heh, these civilizations still think that the galactic society will remain stable under the rule of the 3 universal civilizations. When the enemy invades, they will know how fragile this peace is. Let's see if the 3 universal civilizations you trust have extra energy to protect you. After complaining for a while, Han Xiao calmed down and called the officer to deal with the handover procedures of these civilizations. Then he opened the organization distribution version of the star map and pondered. Expanding and controlling the galactic black market is the focus of the association's next step. The 3 universal civilizations will definitely not sit back and watch. It might be another secret war, and the death rate will definitely not be low. Therefore, the players are the most suitable to be in charge of dealing with the black market. Their strength is already not bad, and they are not afraid of death. They are enough to take on this mission. As he spoke, Han Xiao wrote down this idea in the star map memo and decided to issue this order in a few days to send the players to carry out the mission. Also, in terms of high-end combatants, I have to put pressure on the 3 universal civilizations. I promised the 3 universal civilizations that I would not casually revive historical beyond grade as. Now that they've done this, I definitely have to return the favor. It's a pity that I haven't gathered all the Sanctum keys, and I don't have many mediums, so I can't revive a new batch. Han Zhao's thoughts turned quickly, and his eyes flickered. The Holy Covenant can come in handy, though. There are still many people hiding in the organization. Why don't I pull some beyond grade as into the association and pretend to be newly revived? It's so convenient to have a trump card. I wonder how the 3 universal civilizations will react. On the other side, in the 3 universal civilizations joint conference room, the 3 leaders gathered and were having a secret discussion. The association has frozen the membership rights of our direct beyond grade and announced that they will not accept any help from the 3 universal civilizations. These are all expected methods, but they're all meaningless. The ethereal Pope's tone was indifferent. Lewis nodded. The association's next move is probably to integrate the black market. This will be their main resource channel in the future. We've already made arrangements in advance and won't let the association succeed so easily. Mara Bruce said with a deep voice, "This is not the main point. The core issue is to test whether Black Star can carry out the Sanctum revival at will. With Black Star's personality, he will definitely take countermeasures, such as contacting the Supercluster Alliance and reaching an agreement. The Supercluster will most likely propose reviving the direct beyond grade as a bargaining chip, so it's hard to say whether he will agree or not. However, even if they don't reach an agreement, Black Star will probably try to revive the other historical beyond grade as to put pressure on us. Now, it's up to him if he can do it. If he can't, the ethereal Pope's eyes flashed. Then everything he's doing now is undoubtedly stalling for time. The 3 of them push for the sanctions not only to curb the association's expansion momentum, but also to test Han Zhao's control over the Sanctum revival. This was not a spur-of-the-moment idea, but a new discovery made by the Sanctum Revival Research Institute. Although the research progress was still not much, it had been confirmed through technical means that the sanctums were very difficult to open and seemed to require some unknown medium. Therefore, the Sanctum revival was not something that could be done easily and had great limitations. Therefore, the 3 of them had a new idea about Han Zhao's behavior. Could it be that Black Star could not use the Sanctum revival for the time being and was just scaring them to make them think and fear him to deliberately stabilize the situation? Based on this idea, the 3 of them had come up with the current sanctions after many secret discussions. If they confirmed that Black Star could not revive people at will, then this might be the best time to carry out the purge plan. Furthermore, the opportunity might be fleeting. If they hesitated, the Sanctum revival might become real. However, Even if Black Star revived the newcomers, it might still be an opportunity. It was equivalent to forcing Black Star to use up a medium, and the Sanctum revival would most likely be on cooldown. Of course, they could not rule out the possibility that Black Star saw through their thoughts and deliberately held back. This was the risk. This was undoubtedly an extremely risky behavior that required a huge price to pay. It did not meet the needs of the three universal civilizations to maintain order. Therefore, the three of them had not made up their minds yet and only wanted to test the waters beforehand. At this moment, the ethereal Pope looked at Lewis and asked, "Oh, right. How are your preparations for the operation against Manison coming along?" Lewis nodded calmly. "It's almost ready. Thank you for your help. I'll return what I promised Ethereal to you very soon." "Not bad," the ethereal Pope replied calmly. When Radiance came to ask for help, he made a request in exchange for the 10,000 deity scepter. Because they had been unable to crack the space-time amber for many years, plus some other considerations, Radiance finally agreed to Ethereal's request and chose to return the sealed 10,000 deity scepter to its rightful owner. At the same time, Radiance also had some hope. After all, the Arcane Church was the origin of the 10,000 deity scepter. If Ethereal was lucky enough to unseal or replicate the 10,000 deity scepter, this thing would be of great use in the purge operation that might happen in the future. Chapter 1299. On April 1st, year 782 of the galaxy calendar, the three universal civilizations jointly issued a sanctions order to the Beyond Grade A Association. On April 3rd, the Beyond Grade A Association responded, and the two sides officially ended their conflict. The organizations of the various star fields acted on their own under the influence of the sanctions order. It was not until April 26th that a clear pattern was formed. Ever since the Immortals returned on March 10th, in just a month and a half, the situation in the Galactic Society changed in an instant. Most of the civilizations, financial groups, and other order organizations in the Galactic Society responded to the sanctions order. The Beyond Grade A Association found a new friend. The supercluster opposed the sanctions and issued a righteous criticism, believing that the three universal civilizations were abusing their power, so they turned to support the association. At this point, the association and the three universal civilizations formed an open confrontation. Because of the response of the various civilizations, many Beyond Grade A organizations began to shrink. The branches and bases built in different civilizations were forced to move. Some moved to the desolate universe belt, and some moved to the flickering world to move their industries. This way, the Beyond Grade A organizations with territories in the flickering world became popular, and the Beyond Grade, as in the universe, showed signs of gathering. Among them, some of the Beyond Grade A allies who had established organizations in the three universal civilizations were more troubled. Their industries and bases were temporarily sealed, which made them feel very pained. The three universal civilizations mobilized the Galactic Society to block the development of the Beyond Grade A Association. A large number of Beyond Grade A organizations were hit, and their scale more or less shrank. The stock prices of the financial groups under them also plummeted, proving that the market was not optimistic. At the same time, all the organizations that supported the association were targeted by the three universal civilizations. Blue Star was caught, as an example, and their diplomatic relations were basically cut off. They could only be self-sufficient, and the weaker the organization, the more severe the targeting. On the other hand, advanced civilizations like the supercluster did not feel much, or perhaps they were already used to being targeted. Some public opinion believed that the goal of such sanctions was to cut off the wings of the Beyond Grade as. Without followers and industries, the influence of the Beyond Grade as would be minimized, and they would be isolated from the Galactic Society. However, some public opinion also believed that although the three universal civilizations' move was decisive, it did not solve the root of the problem. They could not deal with the Beyond Grade as themselves, so it was meaningless to attack their organizations. Both opinions had a large number of supporters. No matter what perspective one had, the smell of gunpowder in the galactic society was an indisputable fact. As the situation became more and more sensitive, the emotions of the galactic residents gradually became fanatical, incited by public opinion. Out of the eyes of most people, the galactic black markets in the various regions almost became secret battlefields. Conflicts frequently broke out, and a tug-of-war for control of the galactic black market was ongoing. On a certain neutral transit planet in the Shattered Star Ring, between the rows of skyscrapers, a few low-altitude vehicles were flying at a high speed, roaring and shuttling in the city. They disrupted the traffic flow that was moving according to the traffic system and caused frequent accidents. These vehicles clearly belonged to two groups of people. One vehicle was frantically escaping, while the other vehicles were chasing from behind. The driving skills of the fugitives were very exquisite. They constantly used all kinds of difficult maneuvers to avoid the obstacles along the way and drove very fast in the complicated road conditions. It was extremely thrilling. Hurry up, they're catching up. Shut up, don't distract me. In the fleeing vehicle at the front, a lizard man covered in red scales was jumping up and down anxiously, constantly looking at the rearview mirror. A burly man wearing a mechanical suit was operating the vehicle with a solemn expression, and a group of passengers in the cabin behind were swaying left and right. This group of people was a local black market operator. On the surface, they had a legal shell company, but in reality, they had a few secret black market business channels in their hands. They were considered a society-like group and had a name in the black market organization as a lower-level distribution channel. They had been entrenched on this neutral planet, enjoying life like gods. However, not long ago, the society was infiltrated by spies from an unknown organization. Their territories and industries were attacked by unknown armed forces one after another, and they suffered heavy losses. The core members were also hunted down and had been hiding everywhere. However, just now, their hiding place was discovered, and they hurriedly escaped in their vehicles. A few armed groups chased after them relentlessly, and both sides were playing a life and death battle in the busy city. Where did this group of people come from? When we fought before, they were obviously well-trained and didn't look like stragglers. It's very likely that they're a professional armed group. Why would such people come after us? The burly man's tone was solemn. The lizard man was burning with anger. What the hell do I know? This group of people appeared out of nowhere, and I don't even know when we've provoked them. Could it be that a competitor hired a mercenary group? Who cares? I only care about whether we can escape or not. The lizard man shouted. Just as he finished speaking, the flying vehicle just happened to pass by an intersection. Suddenly, a pursuer that had circled around the front of the vehicle directly crashed into it. Bang! There was a violent tremor, followed by a sudden, huge force. The passengers in the cabin didn't have time to react, and they were all slammed against the cabin wall. The high-speed vehicle was knocked over in the middle of the waist by the other party, and it flipped a dozen times in the air before smashing into the outer wall of the building. Sparks flew everywhere, and the metal was torn apart. The vehicle was embedded in the wall, and black smoke billowed out. The anti-gravity engine flickered a few times, and with a hum, it died. Everyone was dizzy from the fall. The muscular man covered his head and got up. He kicked open the collapsed cabin door and saw that the pursuers had already surrounded them. The two sides of the enemy's vehicle were mounted with live ammunition rapid-fire cannons, aiming at the immobile target. The traffic accident here attracted a lot of onlookers, and they all drove their vehicles to watch from afar, forming a circle. The pursuers didn't move at all, as if they didn't care about shooting in a busy city at all. They didn't care about the security forces of this planet at all. Seeing this, everyone in the cabin had a look of fear and despair. They, the gray members of the black market, also did not dare start armed conflicts in a busy city. However, these people had no scruples at all, and they were even more ferocious than them. They were practically lawless thugs. I still have 3 million anas in my savings that I haven't enjoyed yet. I'm not satisfied. The lizard man was scared out of his wits. He collapsed to the ground, trembling, and could not stand up. At this time, The muscular man grabbed his collar, reached out, and took a palm-sized metal ball from his arms. He pressed the button on the top, and the metal ball lit up instantly, making the sound of a bomb being activated. Don't! This thing will blow up the whole street. The lizard man wanted to snatch it back, but he was kicked to the ground by the muscular man. Don't be stupid. You purposely kept this bomb, just in case. Since they want to kill us, let's see if they dare to die together with us. The muscular man raised the bomb high, turned around, and was about to shout outside. However, at this moment, the sound of a meteor falling suddenly sounded and approached rapidly. Whoosh! Boom! A figure wrapped in red flames descended from the sky and kicked one of the pursuers' vehicles as if it was Buddha's foot. A huge force exploded, and the vehicle deflated directly, falling to the ground and exploding into a ball of fire. This figure jumped and landed in the huge pit made by the black market people's vehicles. He protected everyone behind him, turned around, and gave a thumbs up, grinning. Don't be afraid, you're all safe now. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The muscular man turned to look at the lizard man and asked in surprise, "You called for reinforcements?" "No." The lizard man was confused and doubted himself. "Did I call for reinforcements?" The muscular man's face twitched, and he turned to look at the sudden arrival of reinforcements. "Who are you? Why did you save us?" "Don't ask me. I'm just doing a mission. As for who I am, you should recognize this emblem, right?" This person turned around and showed a pattern on his clothes. Everyone hurriedly looked and trembled. There was almost no one in the universe who did not recognize this pattern, and they recognized it at a glance. "You're a member of the Black Star Corps. To be precise, I'm an immortal of the Corps. You can call me Crispy Chicken Wings." This person grinned. He was a player. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Why did the infamous immortal suddenly come to help us? We clearly have no connection with the Black Star Corps at all. We are not worthy of their status at all. Wait until I get rid of this group of people. Stay behind me obediently. At this moment, the pursuers suddenly opened fire. Dense bullets rained down like a storm. The firing speed was extremely fast, almost forming a line. As soon as Crispy Chicken Wings finished his sentence, his arm guard vibrated, and a blue shield popped out, protecting the paralyzed vehicles of the black market people. It blocked all the bullets that rained down on them, making crackling noises. The next second, the pugilist flames on Crispy Chicken Wings gathered in the palms of his hands, and a red energy wave was formed. Boom! A blazing red beam of light shot out and swept across like a whip, hitting all the vehicles of the pursuers. The next moment, these vehicles instantly turned into fireworks in the sky. They were directly killed, scaring the crowd away. For a grade B player, this kind of operation was already common and not difficult at all. Crispy Chicken Wings clapped his hands and chuckled. Problem solved. Seeing this, the lizard man finally had the strength to get up. He snatched the bomb back from the burly man's hand and turned it off. He glared at him before walking toward Crispy Chicken Wings and said with a grateful tone, "You saved my life. I don't know how I can thank you." Crispy Chicken Wings glanced at him and shrugged. "You don't have to thank me. From now on, I'm your boss." The lizard man was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he was pleasantly surprised. "Are you recruiting me to join the Black Star Corps? In your dreams. Is the Corps something you can join just because you want to?" Crispy Chicken Wings rolled his eyes. "What I mean is, your black market business will be temporarily taken over by me. This is an order from above. This is the proof of your black market organization." As he spoke, he took out his communicator and showed a document. Everyone browsed through it and was immediately shocked. This was a permit recognized by the Black Market Organization. The document stated that the three universal civilizations had begun to infiltrate the black market on a large scale, and many black market channels had already been uprooted. Therefore, in order to maintain the overall stability of the galactic black market, the Black Market Organization would be sending some people to temporarily take over the black markets in various places and ask them to cooperate. Normally, black market organizations would not interfere with ordinary black market operators. However, this time, they made a rare announcement. These people who would be taking over the black markets were all members of various beyond grade A organizations. The players of the Black Star Corps were one of them. While everyone was shocked, Crispy Chicken Wings opened the interface and looked at the mission list. Army Transfer Order. Take over the black market. 1. Mission Introduction. Due to the sanctions of the 3 universal civilizations, the Beyond Grade A Association plans to further control the galactic black market. The Black Star Corps has decided to send you to take over and integrate the black market channels of a planet. However, your target seems to be in danger and needs your rescue. First round mission requirements. Rescue the black market operator who is being hunted. This mission is a series of missions. The reward depends on the mission rating. Current mission status. Completed. This was a mission issued by the Black Star Corps not long ago, and many players accepted it. They split up and went to different planets to take over the local black markets. The players rarely had the chance to take charge alone, so they found it interesting. Furthermore, compared to exploring the flickering world, taking over and integrating the black market of a planet required more consideration. The mission environment was more complicated, which was more challenging for the players. This was just a corner of the black market. Similar things were happening on many planets in various star fields. The players have already entered the black market. The situation is not bad. In the office of the Black Star Palace, Han Xiao looked at the star map, monitoring the movements of the many players, and nodded. The galactic black market was currently the focus of the battle between the Association and the 3 universal civilizations. Now that the 3 universal civilizations did not personally take action, the people they sent to infiltrate the black market were not their direct members, but the people of their subsidiary organizations. They had already clashed with the many managers sent by the Beyond Grade A Association, and there were casualties on both sides. Among them, the progress of the army was the smoothest. The players were as useful as tools as always. The other organizations were not as luxurious as the Black Star Corps, having tens of millions of undying grade B combatants. Han Xiao gave this mission to the players. On one hand, it was to fertilize them, and on the other hand, it was to let the players enter the front lines of the battle, keeping them interesting. Being scattered across different planets to take charge of their own black market businesses was like flying birds in the sky, as free as the wind for many players. He was also quite curious about what kind of subjective initiative these players would have. At this time, his communicator vibrated, and a message came in. Army Commander, someone is here to visit you. She did not make an appointment, but she claims to be an old acquaintance of yours. Hearing this, Han Xiao raised his brows. An old acquaintance of mine? How old? What's her name? She said her name is Rosalind. End of chapter. Chapter 1300. What's she doing here? Why didn't she tell me in advance? Han Xiao was slightly stunned. This woman was not a good person. She left the Black Star Corps decades ago and went to cause trouble with the Silver Revolutionary Army. Now that she suddenly came back, he did not know what she wanted. Army Commander, do you want to see her? Just for a while. Han Xiao nodded. He was quite curious about Rosalind's intentions. After the butterfly effect, the Silver Revolutionary Army basically did not have the chance to evolve into a big version event like in his previous life. He did not know what changes would happen to this group. Did Rosalind come to him this time to ask for help? While guessing, Han Xiao got up and walked out of the office. He walked all the way to the reception room along the corridor. When he passed by the logistics department, he called Reynold, who was working hard, and brought him to see his sister, Rosalind. Very soon, the two of them arrived outside the reception room. The door opened, and they saw Rosalind, whom they had not seen for a long time. Long time no see. Han Xiao greeted casually and sized Rosalind up. After not seeing her for so many years, Rosalind's appearance did not seem to have changed much. She was wearing an exquisite dark blue robe, and her temperament was calmer than decades ago. That's right, it's been so many years. You've now become a legendary figure in the universe. Even the 3 universal civilizations now view you as the most dangerous person. Thinking about your honeymoon period with the dynasty back then, it's really sad. Rosalind smiled. What's there to be sad about? Different positions have to consider different problems. The development of things always spirals. It's normal to have ups and downs. Han Xiao sat opposite Rosalind and replied casually. This isn't a spiral, is it? If you didn't create the Sanctum revival, this era wouldn't have become what it is today. As expected of you, you easily completed what I couldn't do. Your ability to subvert the current situation is much stronger than mine. Do you feel any sense of accomplishment? Rosalind blinked and said in a teasing tone, You're not worthy of giving me a sense of accomplishment. Han Xiao laughed. Rosalind was not angry. She smiled and turned to look at Reynold as if she had just seen him. She pretended to be surprised. Stinky brother, you're still alive. I thought you died of overwork. Leonard, although you are my sister, if you continue to spout nonsense, do you believe that I will give you your favorite big mouth slap? Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. Let's not talk about me first. You, on the other hand, haven't done anything for decades. You only did me a small favor in Moto. How's your so-called career? There's no improvement. The things you've done have indirectly hindered our business. What else can we do? But that's none of my business. I've already quit. Rosalind shrugged and said in an indifferent tone, as if she did not care about the decades of futile effort. The intelligent plague incident allowed the three universal civilizations to consolidate a wave of people's hearts, and the recent sanctions against the Beyond Grade A Association were approved by a large number of ordinary people who hated the strong. The Silver Revolutionary Army really could not move the ordinary people of the three universal civilizations, so their cause had come to a standstill. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This woman actually left the Silver Revolutionary Army. This was a little out of his expectations. So why did you come back to find me today? Rosalind spread her hands and smiled playfully. I can't stay idle. Since I lost my job, I have to find a new one. How about it? Army Commander, will you still take me in? If I say no, what will you do? Han Xiao raised his brows. Then I can only pester you. Rosalind rolled her eyes and pretended to cry. With our relationship, you can't bear to see me fall in love with someone else, right? Speak properly. Don't talk about such incomprehensible things. Han Xiao coughed. Now that the three universal civilizations are sanctioning us, you suddenly came back. I'm afraid you have other intentions. Rosalind clapped her hands twice symbolically and smiled. I really can't hide from your eyes. You also know that my goal is to deal with the three universal civilizations, but recently, I suddenly realized that to fight against the three universal civilizations, joining the association's faction seems to be more promising. Han Xiao was speechless. It seemed to be true. To a certain extent, the Beyond Grade A Association had achieved a part of the Silver Revolutionary Army in his previous life. Now that they had formed a faction to fight against the three universal civilizations, the commotion they caused was not much smaller than the Silver Revolutionary Army. However, the Silver Revolutionary Army did not improve at all, causing Rosalind to feel that her future was bleak. Thus, she came back to join her old employer and changed her way of dealing with the three universal civilizations. Her goal did not change. With her personality, she was indeed capable of doing such a thing. However, if this key figure left, the Silver Revolutionary Army would only have a few big cats left, and there would be no chance for them to rise up. This meant that although he did not deliberately target the Silver Revolutionary Army, the butterfly effect that he set off had indirectly killed the Silver Revolutionary Army. It was quite a bit of a disaster for the innocent. So, was this considered Rosalind abandoning the dark and joining the light? Han Xiao shook his head and said with a heavier tone, Fine. Since you're willing to return to the army despite the limelight, I can give you a way out and take you in. However, from now on, you can no longer have any contact with the Silver Revolutionary Army. If you leave the army again, even with Reynold around, I won't give you face and let you come back. Do you understand? He did not mind recruiting Rosalind again. Although this woman's thoughts were dangerous, her abilities were indeed rare and strategic. She was a trump card that could topple a ruler. It was best to keep such a talent in his hands. All right, I won't leave you this time. Rosalind blinked and said with a flirtatious tone. Reynold frowned upon hearing this. Something is wrong with this woman. Is she trying to seduce Black Star and turn the army commander into his brother-in-law? Shameless. Han Xiao was not moved. He stood up and said, "All right, I'll get someone to arrange your position in the future. You two haven't seen each other for many years, so you should have a lot to talk about. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first." As he spoke, he turned around and walked out of the guest room, leaving behind a burly figure. After watching Han Xiao leave, Reynold turned around and stared at Rosalind. He frowned and said, "I'm warning you. If you still have any bad intentions when you come back this time, I'll be the first to catch you. You don't trust me that much?" Rosalind raised her eyebrows slightly. "Humph, I know too well what kind of person you are." Reynold crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, "Also, I advise you to be more respectful to the army commander. Subordinates should behave like subordinates." "Yo, we haven't seen each other in a few decades, and you're already so loyal to Black Star?" Rosalind was amazed. Suddenly, she thought of something, lowered her voice, and chuckled. "How about it? Do you want a brother-in-law? What do you want?" Reynolds' eyebrows furrowed even tighter. "I think a man like Black Star who can topple the universe is very compatible with me. What do you think?" Rosalind said in a teasing tone. Reynolds snorted in disdain. "Those who covet Black Star's body can circle the base 6 times. You? Go line up. P.S. I went out early in the morning for a meeting to discuss some things. I was a little busy, and I'm a little tired after being outside for half a day. Also, I bumped into a writer. I originally wanted to take a leave, but after thinking about it, I still wrote some. The word count might be a little low. Also, this chapter says that the entire website is temporarily closed and will be restored in about 2 days. By the way, someone in Group A discussed a sensitive topic yesterday, causing the group to explode. I think that at this time, those who know what to do know what topics can be discussed and what topics are best not to even mention. In recent years, some signs have become more and more obvious. Everyone should try to be cautious on the internet and in their daily lives. Chapter 1301. Rosalind's return was just a small interlude. Han Xiao left it to his confidant to make the arrangements and temporarily threw this matter to the back of his mind. Returning to his office, Han Xiao installed the program to monitor the army players entering the black market. He then opened the forums to check the reactions of the players. The forums were very active now, and the topic of taking over the black market occupied a large number of pages. The situation on every planet was different. The environment, characters, and events were all very different, causing most people to encounter different situations. Some people saved their targets in time, like crispy chicken wings, and obtained a group of professional assistants. They could continue to develop according to their original black market channels. Some players came too late and did not manage to connect with the black market personnel. They might have to build a new black market channel from scratch, causing them to be at a loss. Many army players were sharing the situation they encountered. There were also many confused posts asking for help. A small number of players who had started to come into contact with the black market also shared their experiences and insights on the forums. When Han Xiao issued this mission, he had set it as a collective mission with an overall completion rate. It depended on the overall trend of taking over the black market. The results of each player's mission would be counted into the overall completion rate. Therefore, it was not enough to do the mission alone. If the players wanted higher rewards, they needed others to do the same. Therefore, many pioneers were happy to share and help the other army players take over the black market. It was good for everyone. The current trend seems to be more optimistic than expected. With the current model, the players might inject a new vitality into the galactic black market and help the black markets connect with each other. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Due to the fact that they could not see the light of day, there were very few large-scale black market organizations that could cross star systems and star clusters. Furthermore, a leader at the level of a black market manager like Secret Master was even rarer. Most of them were small black market organizations that were limited to 1 or 2 planets or 1 or 2 star zones. Even though there was a black market organization that managed the black market in name, the overall structure of the galactic black market was still very loose. As for the local black market forces, their partners were basically fixed for a long time. Most people only knew their own territory, and it was difficult for them to expand. There were many factors, and one of them was that the small black market forces in different areas were limited in the flow of information and the difference in information. In Han Zhao's opinion, if the players took over the black markets on a large scale, with the convenience of information on forums and private channels, they might become catalysts and become the glue of many black market forces. With the incentive of the overall mission progress, most players should be very willing to cooperate with other players. Then, in the regional black market led by the army players, there might be a chance to build a bridge of cooperation with each other, which would be much easier than using the normal method. In this way, the goal of integrating the galactic black market that he had proposed at the association could be quickly advanced. That's a good move. He's maximizing the player's characteristics and hitting several birds with one stone. The corners of Han Zhao's mouth curled up. At this point, he had already advanced to become the chess player behind the scenes. The chessboard was getting bigger and bigger, and now it was truly a starry sky where the chess pieces were placed. The players still needed time to ferment, so Han Zhao closed the forums, took out the encrypted communicator, and called Oathkeeper. A few seconds later, the communication was connected, and Oathkeeper's figure appeared on the screen. Blackstar, what is it? You know about the recent sanctions, right? We supervise them and watch the news every day. Oathkeeper nodded. You only contacted me now. Do you need any help? You can say that. Since the three universal civilizations have adopted the attitude of sanctions, as the only person currently in control of the Sanctum Revival, I have to fight back. What they're most afraid of is having too many beyond grade as, so it's best to revive more people to put pressure on them. But we haven't gathered all the keys yet, so we can't carry out a new round of revival. Oathkeeper was a little troubled. No, the Sanctum keys are so precious. Even if I gathered all of them, I wouldn't use them for such a reason. What I mean is to pull some Holy Covenant members out of seclusion. After all, your side is the reserve of beyond grade, as in this battle. Now is the time for the Holy Covenant to contribute. Without waiting for Oathkeeper to answer, Han Zhao paused before continuing. Furthermore, I feel that the three universal civilizations are probably probing me this time. They want to see if I can revive historical beyond grade as at will, so it's best to give them a response. With every additional beyond grade A, the more uncomfortable the three universal civilizations will feel, making them feel that the cost of trial and error is too high. Only then will they be more cautious, and similar probing will decrease in the future. There's indeed such a possibility. Oathkeeper hesitated for a moment. I don't object in principle, but you have to talk to them about who will come out. There should still be a considerable number of unreliable people in the second batch of revivers. It's best to be careful. I know. Han Zhao nodded. He already had a candidate in mind. Among the second batch of revivers, those unlucky neutral people who died in the tragedy of the Pinnacles were good targets. He could also show the Supercluster Alliance and increase their confidence in the deal. Speaking of which, it had been a few days, and the Supercluster Alliance had yet to send the list of resources to exchange for revival slots. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, his communicator rang. Ding ding. Han Zhao opened the split-screen interface and saw that it was the Supercluster Alliance's price list for the Sanctum Revival. Speak of the devil. What a coincidence. Han Zhao muttered to himself and nodded to Oathkeeper. That's about it. I'll talk to the revivers in a while. Help me convey my intentions in the next few days so that they know what to do. At the same time, give me a reliable list based on their performance in the past year or so. All right. Oathkeeper felt strange. They were clearly partners, but he felt like he was his subordinate. After giving a few instructions, Han Zhao ended the communication and browsed through the Supercluster Alliance's list. He had only given 10 slots in the first batch. The Supercluster Alliance was generous this time and took out a lot of good things. They were basically all universal treasures and gold blueprints. All the Supercluster civilizations were the victors of the Exploration-era war and had fought many civilizations. Although they were not as rich as the three universal civilizations, they were still very rich. They did not lack universal treasures and gold blueprints. However, Han Xiao had hidden the fact that he had Jace's treasure and the Sanctum's legacy very well. Outsiders did not understand his current foundation, and many of the requests that the Supercluster Alliance made with full confidence were not impressive in his eyes. Han Xiao picked 3 offers that he was interested in and gave them 3 slots. He then sent the rest back to the Superstar Cluster Alliance and asked them to make a new offer. Not long after the message was sent out, the contact person of the Supercluster Alliance sent a message. Black Star, your appetite is too big. Don't push your luck. Already very sincere. Hearing this, Han Xiao curled his lips. Who are you talking to? Don't you know who's the one with the initiative now? I'll decide if we're sincere or not. There's still 7 slots left. If you don't want them, then forget it. We'll buy them. By the way, pay first before shipping. You win. The contact person of the Supercluster Alliance went offline gloomily. There was nothing he could do. Monopolizing the market was just that tyrannical. He could only complain and buy what he wanted. After sending the contact person away, Han Xiao turned off the virtual screen and was about to go to the workshop to continue studying the gold blueprints. However, at this time, his private communicator suddenly received a message from Aurora. It was concise and comprehensive. There's a major discovery. Come quickly. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment and became curious. Aurora was still traveling with Fu Ding outside and had not contacted him for a while. She basically would not look for him when she encountered ordinary matters. Now that she suddenly called him, he did not know what was going on. However, since Fu Ding had the external luck glow, Han Xiao felt that he would not be surprised no matter what happened. At the same time, somewhere at the edge of the black hole world. Speaking of which, where did you fly me to? In the spaceship, Aurora swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked out of the porthole with widened eyes. I don't know either. It suddenly became like this outside. Fu Ding also looked in the same direction with a shocked expression. The two of them were originally driving the spaceship leisurely in the universe. However, just now, the environment outside suddenly changed. The starry sky disappeared and turned into a pitch-black space. Not a single speck of starlight could be seen. It was as if they had passed through some kind of barrier and suddenly entered an unknown territory. The spaceship's alarm did not react at all, and the monitoring equipment did not show any abnormalities. Shocked, the two of them immediately controlled the spaceship to retreat. However, this pitch-black space seemed to have no concept of distance. Even if the spaceship accelerated to hyperdrive mode, it still did not move and could not leave this space. The reason they discovered this was because there was only one coordinate system reference in this pitch-black space, and this was the source of their shock. Following their line of sight, they saw a broken mechanical body floating quietly in this pitch-black space. Its size was extremely terrifying, many times larger than the mechanical deity they had seen before. Compared to it, the spaceship was like a speck of dust on a normal person's body. The body structure of this mechanical body was similar to an upright creature. Its flesh and blood were entangled with machinery, and its skeleton was intertwined with metal. It was severely damaged, and there were holes everywhere. What shocked Aurora the most was that her Esper ability actually felt a weak life force from this mechanical body. This thing seemed to be alive. Chapter 1302. At this time, the throne in the cabin suddenly flashed, and Han Xiao, wearing the king mechanical suit, appeared. The helmet opened, revealing Han Xiao's face. His tone was curious. He asked curiously, "What important discovery made you call me over? You're a mechanic expert. Quickly take a look at that big guy outside." Aurora pointed outside the window. In fact, there was no need for her to remind him. The moment Han Xiao asked the question, he noticed the abnormality of the environment. Following Aurora's finger, he saw this strange mechanical body. Yo, it's so big. A combination of living creatures and machinery. It's a bit like cloak, but it doesn't seem to be the case. What is this? Where did you find it? With just a glance, Han Xiao was shocked. He did not know what this thing was, but it looked many times larger than the normal size of his mechanical deity. It was covered in wounds, as if it had experienced all kinds of cosmic disasters. We suddenly encountered this. This space seems to be a sealed domain. Fu Ding explained the ins and outs from the side. Han Xiao nodded, stroked his chin, and pondered. It sounds like this mechanical body has been maintaining a strange domain, and you accidentally broke in. If it's mechanical technology, it should be a high-level application of space technology, creating a constant folding field around the mechanical body, or changing some physical constants in this field. It's very high-end technology. But the detection equipment of the spaceship didn't react. Aurora patted the console. Let me see. Han Xiao checked, and found that the equipment was operating normally. His eyes flashed. Either the equipment was affected by virtual interference, or the other party has some kind of amazing concealment technology. No matter which it is, the technology is not ordinary. Aurora's spaceship had gathered a lot of technology from Jay's technology treasure, but it was actually deceived at this time. Han Xiao immediately took it seriously. Could it be a space wonder phenomenon? Fu Ding was curious. Don't jump to conclusions so early. Han Xiao waved his hand and took the lead. Since the spaceship can't retreat, let's try to get closer to this big guy. Are you sure? Aurora was a little hesitant. I sensed a weak life signal from it, but it didn't respond to any of my messages. Is this big guy alive? Han Xiao stared blankly for a moment before his interest was piqued. He was very familiar with Aurora's abilities, so he wouldn't make a mistake. Originally, he had thought that this was the remains of a giant mechanical body that some civilization or mechanic did not care about public morals and casually threw around. However, this mechanical body was alive, so things were a little interesting. Let's go and take a look. Han Xiao only hesitated for 2 seconds before making a decision. He steered the spacecraft forward. Sure enough, in this pitch-black domain, one could only advance and not retreat. The spaceship slowly approached its target. The closer they got, the stronger the contrast in size. The detailed outline of the mechanical body was constantly magnified in their vision, making them feel small. After a while, the spaceship stopped at a long and narrow hole on the mechanical body's finger. It was like a super large cave that extended more than 1,000 meters into the mechanical body. The hatch opened, and a few of them walked out of the spaceship and stepped onto the rugged ground. The flesh on the ground was entangled with the mechanical body, and one foot was hard while the other was soft. It was very uncomfortable to step on it. Han Xiao squatted down, inserted his finger into a piece of flesh, and experienced the feeling. He then observed the muscles and veins and nodded. There are muscles, tendons, and fat. The texture looks like normal biological tissue, not artificial biochemical tendons. As he spoke, he exerted some force with his finger, and this piece of flesh actually oozed out a little blood. Han Xiao looked up and saw that there were traces of dried blood around the flesh. It looked black and appeared to be sputtering like blood that had suddenly sprayed out from a slash. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought of old Manison's felon technology. This mechanical body was similar to the felon's biological modification and biochemical prosthetics. At this time, Fu Ding's voice suddenly sounded. Black Star, I'm not feeling well. Han Xiao and Aurora turned around and saw Fu Ding clutching his chest with a frown. He seemed to be in pain. What's wrong with you? Han Xiaoxin's heart tightened. He reached out and poked Fu Ding, triggering the combat notification. After seeing it clearly, his expression changed slightly. In Fu Ding's status bar, there was an additional negative status called dissolve. The effect was to lose 0, 1% to 0, 5% of his health, energy, and stamina every second. However, under the influence of his luck glow, he only suffered the weakest negative effect. Why didn't I have such a reaction earlier? Could it be that this is the result of entering this body? Han Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he opened the interface to take a look. He realized that he did not have the dissolve status, and there was not even a notification. Does this effect only affect those below the beyond grade A realm? Is it limited to living beings or inanimate objects? He turned around and looked at the spaceship parked at the side. After a simple inspection, he realized that the outer armor of the spaceship was showing signs of corrosion. The material used in this spaceship was extremely tough, and it was even mixed with a part of the Black Star alloy, which had its own recovery ability. Even this was not immune to the dissolve status. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and had a guess in his heart. This area can only be entered, not retreated. Regardless of whether it's living or inanimate objects, they will start to dissolve upon entering the mechanical body. It feels a bit like a trap, like a Venus flytrap. Interesting. This is probably a trap drifting in the universe. Those who accidentally bump into it will not be able to escape and will become its nutrients. Fortunately, there was a healer with sufficient healing power in the team. Otherwise, it would be slightly troublesome. He signaled Aurora to heal Fu Ding while he took out a metal needle and pierced it deep into the flesh on the wall, trying to cause damage. If this big guy was an independent entity, the combat notification should be displayed. Ding! The next moment, the interface moved slightly, and a notification popped up. Han Shao opened it, and his expression changed. He saw that the level, species, and abilities of this mechanical body were all question marks. Only its name was not a question mark, but there was no difference. It was called Unknown Aggregate. This thing's level is actually so high. Even people like Manison and Sorokin, whose total level was higher than his, could only see a portion of their information. However, the information of this mechanical body was almost all question marks, which could only prove that the level difference was too great. In the current explored universe, Han Shao estimated that only Wernos had such a high level. What is the origin of this thing? Han Zhao's curiosity grew stronger. There was indeed no impression of this mechanical body in his memories. Logically speaking, such a strange thing should not have been unknown in his previous life. He did not know if it had not been discovered or if it had been secretly hidden by someone. Han Shao did not have the time to care about Aurora and Han Shao. He focused on studying. He tore off a lump of flesh from the ground and broke off a few mechanical parts. Then he activated the matter detector on the mechanical suit and scanned and analyzed these two things. Not long after, two analysis reports were out. The first was the analysis results of the mechanical parts. It showed that the microstructure was very novel. There was no matching material in the database, which proved that the material of this mechanical body seemed to be some unknown alloy. The second document was the analysis of the flesh. There was no matching biological gene, which proved that the source of the flesh was most likely not a known species in the explored universe. However, the existence of supergenes was detected from it, which was highly compatible with the mechanic class. Although the cell activity was extremely weak, it seemed to still contain extremely weak electromagnetic energy. Han Shao tore off a lot of flesh for testing. Every piece had supergenes, and they were all cells of the mechanic class. So this flesh all came from a mechanic. Han Shao thought about the size of this mechanical body, and his face twitched slightly. It would be fine if the flesh on the mechanical body was from the same person, but if it came from different individuals, how many mechanic bodies would it take to build such a huge body? Should I try Explorer? Han Shao shook his head. He weighed the flesh in his hand, hesitated for a while, and activated Bold Explorer. This skill was useless on the character, but this mechanical body seemed to be different. A piece of flesh that had already been separated had a high chance of passing the test. As he expected, the skill took effect the next moment. The world in front of Han Shao suddenly changed, and scenes that he had never seen before flashed back. It was as if a starry sky had opened up in front of him, and an incomparably glorious galactic civilization jumped into his eyes. Fleets swept through the starry sky, and their territory expanded outward. Planets turned into colonial areas, and cities rose up on desolate planets. Countless spaceships came and went between the planets. It was a prosperous scene, and it did not look inferior to a universal civilization. However, at the very next moment, a wormhole that traversed space suddenly appeared. An unknown fleet that stretched as far as the eye could see invaded en masse, spilling the flames of war onto this peaceful civilization. Blood, slaughter, and screams replaced the prosperity that had been there before. As the invaders advanced, illusory dark green roots extended out from the void and stabbed into the planets that fell into the hands of the invaders like straws. These planets melted, shrank, and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, they all turned into liquid-like nutrients and were sucked away by the roots, leaving nothing behind. This is Han Zhao's pupils constricted. He was too familiar with this scene. It was like a replica of the World Tree War. The invaders of this unknown civilization were the World Tree Civilization. Before he could think further, the illusion in front of him changed, and he came to a cosmic space. A large number of mechanics were gathered there, sitting cross-legged in the starry sky. Behind them were their respective mechanical armies, forming a spectacular formation. Outside them were ring-shaped mechanical devices that covered this area. A mechanical deity suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd, releasing a strange energy wave that enveloped the entire area and resonated with the ring-shaped mechanical device. All of a sudden, the bodies of all the mechanics in the area exploded, turning into pure flesh and blood that mixed with their respective armies. Then they turned into torrents that flowed into the mechanical deity in the center. This mechanical deity's body grew larger and larger until it finally became an enormous mechanical body. Its flesh and blood merged perfectly with the metal, and its appearance looked like a mechanical biomass giant that could support the heavens and the earth. However, before Han Zhao could be surprised, the next second, the scene changed again. The enormous mechanical body that was still intact a second ago suddenly became tattered, as if it had experienced countless battles. Its appearance was very familiar. It was the mechanical body that Han Zhao and the others had encountered. This damaged mechanical body seemed to have been scrapped. It lost all its power and slowly drifted in the universe. In the end, it was captured by a huge black hole and swallowed, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, the view became macroscopic again. The territory of the unknown civilization had completely turned into darkness, almost cleaner than a desolate universe belt. There were no more stars. The fleet of the World Tree Civilization was like a satisfied customer, retreating in satisfaction, leaving behind an empty, pitch-black universe. This was the last scene of the illusion. Han Zhao shuddered. The effect of the skill disappeared, and the illusion disappeared. His vision returned to normal. There was still shock in his eyes as he muttered to himself. Seems like something happened. It seems like we've discovered something incredible. Chapter 1303. The fragments of the past revealed by Bold Explorer brought a huge amount of information. Han Zhao could not help but feel shocked and curious. His understanding of the World Tree Civilization only came from the war version in his previous life. He only had a rough idea of the specific history of the World Tree Civilization, mainly because the information the players in his previous life knew was limited. However, he was still clear about some basic information. The process of the World Tree Civilization's development was basically a history of war. They constantly explored the universe, conquered and destroyed countless civilizations and races. The three universal civilizations were not the first to be discovered, and from the perspective of the World Tree, they were not special. They were just another prey on the path of conquest. Through the illusion earlier, Han Zhao roughly pieced together the ins and outs of this mechanical body. This unknown civilization should be the overlord of a certain area in the unexplored universe. The scale shown in the illusion was not inferior to any of the three universal civilizations. The three universal civilizations occupied the explored universe and only ruled this area. There were also other civilizations in the vast, unexplored universe, So the three universal civilizations had always been exploring and expanding their territory. Although the explored universe had already entered the galactic society era, if one were to zoom in infinitely, the entire universe was still in the exploration era. In the past, the World Tree discovered this unknown civilization, so it crossed the starry sky and invaded, starting a war and slowly encroaching on the other party's territory. The World Tree's invasion method was not a simple occupation. Most of the time, it devoured the enemy's planets completely. Like a Tautai, it ate everything, only entering and not leaving. Therefore, it was almost impossible to recover the lost territory. The opponent either resisted the attack or retreated in defeat. The more they fought, the fewer planets that produced resources would become nutrients for the World Tree. It was a vicious cycle. In Han Zhao's previous life, the three universal civilizations had faced the same situation. Clearly, this unknown civilization was no match for the World Tree in terms of military strength. So they tried to find a breakthrough in terms of individual strength. Countless mechanics willingly sacrificed themselves, using the beyond grade A individual as the core. Through some kind of strange fusion technology, they tried to create an even stronger individual. Although the source of the information was only an illusion, Han Xiao felt that the goal of this unknown civilization should be to artificially create a super that surpassed the beyond grade A realm and become a breakthrough for the overall situation. However, the illusion did not show whether it was successful or not. It only knew that the final result was that the body was destroyed, fell into a black hole, and disappeared. It did not fall into the hands of the World Tree, and this unknown civilization was destroyed in the end. Even the universe where it was located was devoured without leaving any traces, becoming another sacrifice under the World Tree. What a terrifying enemy! Han Xiao mourned for this unknown civilization for a few seconds and sighed softly. For a civilization to develop to the scale of a universal civilization, who knew how many changes and disasters they had to go through. Along the way, they had created a brilliant and resplendent culture, but the legacy and hard work of countless generations had been destroyed so easily, vanishing from the universe. Countless years of hard work, all gone in one day. Although he had seen the terror of the World Tree civilization before, seeing the scene again, Han Xiao still felt quite a bit of pressure, and his mood was solemn. If he did not know how terrifying the other party was, he would not have tried his best to delay the arrival of the World Tree. Even if he had many trump cards that he did not have in his previous life, he did not dare say that he could win this war with absolute confidence. Now is not the time to worry about this. What will come will come. It's just a matter of time. Han Xiao shook his head, exhaled softly, and placed his attention back on the body. This big guy's level is very high, probably above 400, but it doesn't seem to have reached a higher level, Han Xiao pondered. Although he had not entered a higher level yet, he had a lot of experience. The God's trait transformation should be a barrier that he could not avoid. This unknown civilization's path was to forcefully induce a qualitative change and complete the promotion. Therefore, they sacrificed a bunch of mechanics, but the life level of this body did not seem to have evolved. Even if Han Xiao did not understand the technical principles of this unknown civilization for the time being, it did not stop him from intuitively feeling that this path had gone astray. It was more like a desperate attempt to make a gamble. Therefore, the total level of this thing was most likely false. It was like having multiple subclasses with many levels taken away, and its actual combat strength did not undergo an earth-shattering transformation. However, there was definitely improvement, and it might have touched the edge of a higher level. However, it was still destroyed by the World Tree, which was a little scary. However, this body contains the essence of a large number of mechanics from an unknown civilization. If I reverse engineer it, I should be able to derive a lot of new technology, especially this kind of strange fusion technology. It's similar to the felons, but it's on a different path. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. The value of this body might not be inferior to Jay's technology treasures. There were the technological essences of different mechanics everywhere. Among them, the most valuable should be this fusion technology. He might not be able to use it, but he might be able to comprehend it and come up with something new. Just as he was thinking, Aurora, who was beside him, saw that Han Xiao did not say anything after studying it for a long time. She could not help but ask, "Did you find anything?" Han Xiao came back to his senses, nodded, and said with a smile, "You've given me a surprise this time." As he spoke, he looked deeply at Fu Ding, and his smile became even wider. To be able to encounter something like this, Fu Ding was indeed his lucky star. He guessed that this body had finally fallen into the explored universe through a wormhole after wandering around for a while. This star field was called Black Hole Edge, and it was where large wormholes frequently appeared. This was not rare. In his previous life, this body had not been exposed, but it might not have been encountered by others. It was also possible that it had not been thrown into the explored universe by the wormhole. This should have nothing to do with his butterfly effect. After all, wormholes were highly random. And now this big guy had been encountered by Fu Ding. Han Xiao could only sigh at Fu Ding's luck. He was like a walking miracle trigger. Aurora walked over and pestered Han Xiao to get to the bottom of it. Han Xiao thought for a while and omitted most of the origin. He then vaguely explained the nature of this mechanical body, pretending that it was a result obtained through technical analysis. So this big guy should be heavily injured and hibernating now? Aurora's eyes turned, and she was eager to try. Then, do you want me to inject life force into it and let it recover? As soon as she said that, before Han Xiao could answer, the interface suddenly moved and a notification popped up. You have triggered the hidden mission. Visitor from afar. Mission introduction. You accidentally discovered the remains of a strange body from an unknown civilization. This body still has weak signs of life, and it seems to hide many secrets. You might be able to obtain some valuable information from it. Mission requirements. Repair the body and wake it up. Basic reward. 50 billion EXP. 2 random rewards. 1 character summon card. Additional reward depends on mission rating, which depends on the degree of repair. Remarks. This mission might affect the development of certain events, causing unpredictable effects. Please choose carefully. There's still a mission like this? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This body was now in an unconscious state, and it was severely damaged. He did not know if it still had its own consciousness. If it was healed, there would be many more unstable factors. On one hand, the information about the world tree would probably be spread by this guy. On the other hand, this guy's strength was unknown, and it might be a threat. The unknown impact of the mission note should be due to these 2 considerations. Furthermore, this body had recovered its ability to move, so how was he going to reverse engineer it? Of course, a body that could not move was the most convenient to study. He could put it in whatever position he wanted. Logically speaking, Han Xiao did not intend to be disrupted by this mission. He shook his head. No need. Let's maintain the status quo first. I'll pull this thing back and study it thoroughly. All right then. Call me when you need me. Aurora did not have any objections. Although she was the first person to discover this body, she did not mind letting Han Xiao handle it. The situation was sensitive now, and she did not want to cause trouble for Han Xiao. Han Xiao nodded, came to the edge of this long and narrow wound, and tried to open the secondary dimensional army box outside. Mechanical force arcs jumped and flashed like golden snakes dancing in the sky. A space door was opened, and a large number of mechanical soldiers flew out. This strange domain only sealed the movement of the main universe environment and did not seal the secondary dimensions like the Celestial Star Alliance's dimension. Very soon, these mechanical soldiers spread out and moved on the surface of the body like ants, looking for the core device that maintained this domain. Han Xiao planned to retrieve this body, first to prevent it from drifting in the universe and being discovered by someone. This space sealed the normal movement, but it did not seal the quantum network. Otherwise, Aurora would not have been able to send news back so easily. Scan reports were sent to Han Xiao one after another. Not long after, the entire body was scanned. Most of the mechanical devices in the body were dormant, and only a small area deep in the chest was still operating. One of the devices was the device to activate the domain. The mechanical soldiers quickly drilled a hole in the body's chest and turned off the device from the inside. Buzz. The next moment, the domain closed, and the dark space around disappeared, returning to the normal starry sky. It's unlocked. Han Xiao nodded, summoned the construction machinery team, and set up the wormhole guide, setting the coordinates to the mechanical life civilization in the Black Star Corps territory. After a while, a huge wormhole appeared in front of him, and the mechanical army pushed the body into the wormhole. A few minutes later, Han Xiao received a message from Psionic Prime confirming that he had received the goods. Only then did Han Xiao recall all his troops and clean up the scene. He then turned to look at Aurora, nodded, and smiled. Your discovery this time is very helpful to me. I'll remember it. Aurora's eyes sparkled. Is there any reward? What do you want? As long as it's not too much, I can agree to anything. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I've thought about it. Aurora giggled. All right, I'll take it as I owe you a request. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly, changed into the king, and teleported home. He could not wait to study the technological secrets of the polymerized body. He had a feeling that he might be able to obtain unexpected gains from this body. Aurora and Fu Ding remained where they were and stared at each other. After half a minute, Aurora said, "What are you looking at? Why aren't you driving the ship? Are we still going to continue traveling?" Fu Ding's mouth twitched. "Of course. This time, I've helped Black Star again. Who knows, I might find something new next time." Aurora was very excited. She had lived under the protection of Black Star and Hela for too long, and she had always wanted to help Han Xiao. Now that she had finally made a contribution, she felt very motivated, and her passion for exploration continued to rise. "Can we switch Nero over?" Fu Ding said weakly. He had already followed Aurora outside for more than a year. He had a home, but could not return, so he had learned to be Yu the Great. If he had known that he would be used as a tool by Aurora for so long, he would not have separated Qinxing from him. What was supposed to be a good relationship had now become a long-distance relationship. If one were to ask how he felt, he would say that he regretted it. Today, the mechanic class has finally risen to the 4-star Hall of Masterpieces after about a year. It's too stable. Thank you for your support, asterisk, asterisk. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.